I want to ask all of our guests to please take their seats. Dr. Ruiz, you made the gavel, so you're good. Subcommittee on Energy, Climate, and Grid Security and the Subcommittee on Environment, Manufacturing, and Critical Minerals will now come to order. The chair now recognizes himself for 5 minutes for an opening statement. First of all, I want to thank you all for being here. And I thank all of our witnesses for being here as well. I preemptively want to say that we all appreciate your patience as this might be a long day. I'm excited that we're holding our first legislative hearing, a joint hearing with Energy, Climate, and Grid Security Subcommittee and the Environment, Manufacturing, and Critical Minerals Subcommittee. Our goal is to enact policy that delivers affordable, reliable, and clean energy to all Americans, a goal I believe we all share on this committee, regardless of party. In our hearing on restoring American energy dominance last week, we heard how the Biden administration's energy policies are making energy unaffordable and less reliable for American consumers. The aggressive rush to green agenda is compromising our security by creating vulnerabilities in our energy supply chain, making us more reliant on our adversaries for energy and critical minerals. I believe in unleashing all sources of American energy, from nuclear, oil and gas, to hydropower, renewables, hydrogen, a truly all-the-above approach. We also believe in unleashing innovation by creating a regulatory structure that encourages investment and growth in the private sector. We've said it before, American energy production and reducing emissions are not mutually exclusive. We produce energy cleaner than anywhere in the world. Unfortunately, many of our energy policies coming out of the Biden administration prioritize climate goals over reliable and affordable energy. They compromise the ability for Americans to afford their power bills and keep on the lights. They also fail to address the significant permitting barriers to bringing more clean energy online. The bills we're reviewing today offer solutions. They will bring down the cost of energy, reduce emissions, strengthen our energy supply chains, and pave the way for restoring American energy dominance. We did invite the FERC commissioners, Secretary of Energy, and EPA administrator, all who unfortunately were unable to attend. I'm hopeful that we can have them in front of this committee soon to give the administration's perspective. I am, however, pleased we're moving this legislation through regular order. With a full committee hearing last week to inform us of the state of American energy, the legislation in front of us today will address some of the issues and propel the United States into American energy dominance. For example, my bill protects American energy production by prohibiting the president from declaring a moratorium on hydraulic fracturing. This is necessary because President Biden has repeatedly stated that he would end fossil fuel production in the United States. Representative Pfluger's bill repeals the costly natural gas tax created in the Inflation Reduction Act. The Promoting Cross-Border Energy Infrastructure Act encourages the construction of energy infrastructure across the borders of the U.S., Canada, and Mexico, helping us secure Western Hemispheric energy security. Several bills also address the importance of American energy exports in the global markets. The world is safer when America is energy dominant, and Representative Johnson's bill to unlock our domestic LNG would make it easier for FERC to approve export terminals to deliver clean energy to our friends and allies. We also will be taking up a resolution that expresses support for the free trade and export of crude oil and petroleum products. This is necessary because President Biden and the Democrats on this committee have advocated for reinstating the crude oil export ban. Lifting the export ban in 2015 has lowered prices while also increasing our leverage globally. It would be short-sighted to reverse this. We will also focus on securing our nuclear supply chain with a bill to wean off reliance on Russian uranium. Our grid and energy infrastructure increasingly have come under attack. The Critical Electric Infrastructure Cybersecurity Incident Reporting Act will increase transparency between critical electric infrastructure owners and the Department of Energy to strengthen our systems. Just over 2 years ago, America was energy dominant. for the first time since 1952. We were the largest energy producer in the world while also leading the world in emissions reductions. We can and should be a world leader, and these bills will help get us there. It's time to stop handing over leverage to the CCP, Iran, and the OPEC cartel. Not only leverage, but American dollars. Every American should have access to reliable energy. The most recent blizzards underscore the need for resilient energy infrastructure and a diversified generation mix capable of responding to storms. It's time to flip the switch, unleash American energy production. These bills are the first step in achieving energy dominance. I look forward to hearing from our witnesses on these bills, and I now recognize Ranking Member DeJette.
Thank you so much, Mr. Chairman. I'm happy to be here today, and I would humbly suggest if we want to reduce our reliance on OPEC and other bad actors internationally, we should reduce our reliance on oil since it's an international market. And when I looked at these bills, they don't just unleash America's energy potential, they tether us more fully to a global commodity that strains our budgets and also causes real harm to our environment. They expand oil and gas drilling throughout the country, and they undo many of the bedrock environmental laws that we've put in place to ensure every American has access to the clean air, clean water, and a clean environment. The bills that we're considering today bolster an industry that's already reporting record profits. Last year, the United States produced an average of 11.9 million barrels of crude oil a day. Now, that's the second highest level in U.S. history, and the oil and gas industry is on track to produce even more in the years to come. According to the Energy Information Administration, the U.S. is on pace to produce 12.4 million barrels a day this year, which is an all-time record, and up to 12.8 million barrels a day in 2024. So I'm not really sure why the majority thinks we need to give even more incentives for big oil to produce more oil. So if in the title of this hearing, Unleashing American Energy, it really means is giving big oil unfettered access to do as they please, well, I guess that's what these bills do. But again, they do nothing to unleash our nation's true energy potential. They don't do anything to protect the American people from the volatility of the global oil market and the skyrocketing prices we saw last summer. They don't do anything to combat the climate crisis or deliver environmental justice to some of the most vulnerable communities across this country. So if we really, really want to unleash America's energy potential and drive down the cost of energy, then we need to break our addiction to oil. And we need an orderly transition to cleaner, renewable energy sources. Not only will doing so help continue to reduce the harmful emissions that are driving the climate crisis, but it reduces our dependence on the global oil market, and it will reduce energy bills that many Americans are struggling to afford. Clean energy is now one of the cheapest sources of energy, and it's why countries around the world are already making the transition to expand the use of new technologies that will serve as a foundation for them to continue to grow their economies into the future. And we cannot fall behind in that effort. We can either be the leaders of a global clean energy transition or our adversaries will, because they understand the risk as much as we do. So instead of furthering our dependence on oil, we should actually be fueling the innovation of new technologies that can provide clean, renewable energy that's both reliable and affordable, and also by increasing our grid security. We need to build the foundation, and we need to invest in training for the energy workforce so they can take on the jobs of the future. This is how we unleash America's energy potential. So, Mr. Chairman, I want to say this again because I think there's some confusion. People seem to think that if we produce more oil and gas domestically, even though we're producing record amounts, this is going to make us independent from international energy levels or from OPEC price increases. That's simply not the case because it's an international market. And we saw that last year when oil and gas prices went up so much, even though there was the ability to have increased domestic production. So I think that by working together, we could find bipartisan solutions. We all have the same goal: a solid energy source, transition to renewable energy, and combating the climate crisis. and building the foundation to make sure that can happen. I don't think these bills are the solution, so I think we should go back to the drawing board and get that right, and with that, I yield back.
Chair now recognizes the chair of the Subcommittee on Environment, Manufacturing, and Critical Minerals, Mr. Johnson, for 5 minutes for opening statement.
Well, thank you, Mr. Chairman, and good morning, everyone. I, too, want to thank our panelists for being with us this morning. You know, my constituents back at home in Ohio know firsthand the importance of affordable American energy, and that abundant, affordable energy is vital to economic growth, and it's a key factor in ensuring our national security. Last week, we heard about some of the domestic problems we face in meeting these challenges. Today, we'll discuss thoughtfully removing some of the red tape and delays that can prevent constructing new critical energy projects, keep capital on the sidelines, and that are killing innovation dead in its tracks. I'm eager to get going on proposals to streamline the process for building essential energy projects in America. Producing more American energy will help reduce global emissions, improve energy reliability, and lower costs for American consumers. President Biden's war on affordable and reliable energy and the problems that war creates is not limited to killing the use of oil, natural gas, and coal. His administration's policies are blocking progress on the president's own stated goal to develop domestic resources essential for the very energy alternatives he prefers, such as wind, solar, and batteries. For example, the supply of minerals necessary to build these alternative energy sources is insufficient to meet some of this administration's climate goals, including a, quote, carbon-free power sector by 2035 and ensuring widespread use of, quote, zero-emission vehicles. In addition, many of these critical minerals and the refining and processing capacity for them is controlled by adversaries like China and Russia. We cannot stake our future on certain technologies that then rely upon our enemies for the minerals and mineral processing needs to develop them. This administration must stop promising utopia while prohibiting our own mineral production, like canceling leases for new nickel and copper mines in Minnesota, blocking new lithium mines in Nevada, and rescinding a land swap necessary for a copper mine in Arizona. Fortunately, the legislation we're considering today would reorient the law to reestablish America's energy dominance without weakening America's global leadership in advancing our higher environmental and labor standards. So today, we'll consider a bill amending the Toxic Substances Control Act to require EPA to review and make timely decisions on the manufacturing of a new chemical or a new use of an existing chemical that is a critical energy resource. This bill still emphasizes risk protection, but will prevent the marketplace from waiting an excessive amount of time for critical materials needed to meet our emissions, climate, and energy expectations. We'll also review legislation directing the EPA administrator to allow more regulatory flexibility in enforcing air quality permits for critical energy resource facilities, like processing and refining facilities. Another measure amends the Solid Waste Disposal Act to allow for critical energy resources engaged in mineral processing to receive interim permit status for the treatment, storage, or disposal of their waste, a permit that the EPA must still review. There's also a bill which authorizes EPA only during national security and energy security emergencies to waive certain regulations necessary for processing or refining of critical energy resources. Additionally, we'll look at legislation preventing EPA from imposing expensive design analysis requirements on already constructed gasoline refineries, which would elevate the EPA's view of what makes sense above what industry experts and best practices prove makes sense. Staying on refineries, we'll examine a bill to have the Department of Energy and the National Petroleum Council assess and report on the importance of petrochemical refineries in the United States, including a review of opportunities to expand capacity of such facilities, risk of such facilities, and an assessment of federal and state regulations or policies that have contributed to a decline in the capacity of such facilities. Finally, we'll review a bill repealing the wasteful Greenhouse Gas Reduction Fund, which was established in the Inflation Reduction Act. So as you can see, a lot of work needs to be done to establish an energy strategy that encourages innovation that drives investment and benefits our economic and national security while we remain good stewards of our environment. I want to also note that we're moving these in regular order. It's really good to be back to legislating through regular order. I believe the new Republican majority on the Energy and Commerce Committee is leading with solutions to our nation's energy and critical resource challenges, and I look forward to hearing from each of you as we talk today, and I yield back the balance of my time.
I thank the gentleman. I'll now recognize the ranking member of the Subcommittee on Environment, Manufacturing, and Critical Materials, Mr. Tonko, for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I strongly support this committee's efforts to examine and legislate ways to enhance our long-term energy security, affordability, and sustainability for the American people. But unfortunately, nearly all of the bills before us today continue to look backwards toward the energy needs of our past rather than embracing the energy opportunities of the future. And those opportunities are overwhelmingly about positioning the United States to become the global leader in the clean energy technologies and supply chains that will dominate the energy system over the next several decades. We need our national energy policy to have vision, and that vision cannot solely be how to further enrich oil and gas companies, which are raking in record profits. That is why we should be celebrating the Inflation Reduction Act's nearly $370 billion in clean energy and climate investments, which are already beginning to support the deployment of new clean energy resources, commitments in domestic manufacturing, and a significant reduction in climate pollution. But sadly, 2 of the bills being considered today would repeal critical sections of the IRA, which were developed and enacted by the Democrats of this committee in the 117th Congress. The Greenhouse Gas Reduction Fund is going to facilitate historic investments to decarbonize our grid, our transportation system, and buildings by supporting well-paying jobs and guaranteeing benefits in disadvantaged communities. And the Methane Emissions Reduction Program provides industry with significant funding to adopt emission-reducing technologies before using a market-based approach to incentivize pollution reductions. This is a sensible program that provides certainty for industry while incentivizing the reduction of superpollutants from the oil and gas sector. I'm also concerned that several of the bills under consideration would create new loopholes in important environmental laws, allowing a broad and inadequately defined group of polluting industries to get fast-tracked for approval with little consideration for the potential harms they may pose to Americans' air, water, and safety. This is not the way to achieve our shared goals of a more secure, affordable, and cleaner energy system. But there are steps that we could take together that would. We could have focused hearings to wrestle with complex energy issues. How should hydrogen pipelines be regulated? What reforms are needed to the hydropower licensing processes? How can we build more interstate and interregional transmission lines to improve the reliability and affordability of our electricity system while enabling greater deployment of cost-effective clean energy resources? I suspect these questions may interest members on both sides of the aisle, and each of those topics could be the subject of a narrow, largely bipartisan hearing. This approach would certainly require work and negotiations, but that is surely true of any serious effort to enact bipartisan energy legislation. Unfortunately, the approach being offered today will not achieve this goal. We are considering 17 Republican bills covering a wide range of topics and amending numerous statutes. Several of these draft bills were seen for the first time just a little over a week ago. During the Democrats' time in the majority, we often tried to give our minority counterparts an opportunity to contribute to legislative hearings agendas. As far as I'm aware, that there were not discussions of potentially Democratic-sponsored bills that could have fit this hearing's theme. I also expect we will hear criticisms of the administration for failing to attend today. I agree with my Republican colleagues that we should seek and expect to hear from the agencies at legislative hearings, but we should also make efforts to accommodate their participation, including by providing legislative text well in advance and being flexible with the hearing calendar. When the Republicans were last in the majority during the Trump administration, EPA did not testify at any legislative hearings in 2017 and only twice in 2018. We should be consistent, both in our expectations that the administration provide witnesses and technical assistance on legislation and that we need to be flexible to accommodate schedules to ensure that their participation is well-informed and instructive to the development of legislation. So while I'm disappointed in the process that has led us here today, I still believe there are bipartisan policies that we can and should work on together to achieve the goals of this hearing's title. And with that said, I look forward to the discussion on the 17 bills before us today. And with that, Mr. Chair, I yield back.
I thank the gentleman. It's now my honor to recognize the chair of the full committee, Ms. McMorris Rodgers, for 5 minutes opening statement.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, Chairman Duncan, Chairman Johnson. It's great to be kicking off our legislative agenda with you. Our goal on energy and commerce is to ensure reliable, secure, and affordable energy, and that it's available to power homes and businesses across this country. America has been blessed with abundant natural resources. We should be looking toward developing a predictable regulatory landscape across the board that inspires innovation, entrepreneurship, and technological leadership. Hydropower, nuclear, fossil energies, wind, solar, and batteries. We need all of them in order to secure a stronger, more prosperous America. Reduce costs and emissions, address climate issues, and create more robust and resilient communities. Rush to green energy policies, both at the state and federal level, have curtailed reliable energy and infrastructure, resulting in everything from blackouts to spiking prices. We've seen the devastating impact these policies have had on people in Europe, where forced government transition away from reliable energy sources resulted in more dependence upon Russia. These policies are unsustainable and lead to greater reliance on countries like Russia, or in our case, China. If we cede our energy leadership to countries like Russia and China, they'll always leverage that influence to advance their own authoritarian agenda. This is not the future that any of us want. The best way to address future risk, whether they be climate change or global price shocks, is with a strong economy and a more secure, abundant energy supply here at home. We need to put energy security back at the center of energy policy. The solutions we're discussing today reflect key steps to return from the path of shortages and high prices to a path of prosperity. We have several bills that will help unlock American natural gas and its delivery systems. Provide reliable, affordable, and clean natural gas is essential for heating our homes and businesses and strengthening America's global standing, all while continuing to lead the world in reducing carbon emissions. These solutions build on the lessons of the shale revolution, which proved energy expansion can be unprecedented and bring energy security while also helping drive down American emissions. We also need to restore America's leadership in clean nuclear energy. I'm leading a bill that aims to eliminate our reliance, which is currently 24%, on Russian nuclear fuels for our nuclear reactors. Expanding our leadership in developing and expanding nuclear energy is going to be one of the top priorities of this Congress, and addressing our reliance on Russian fuel is just the beginning. To unleash American energy, we also need a regulatory environment that doesn't hamper industry. Several measures improve regulatory flexibility to assist with the reshoring of industries that manufacture and process critical energy materials. These bills strengthen existing regulations and provide new authorities to enable the EPA and states working together to permit new and expand existing manufacturing. Manufacturing that is key for strengthening our energy security, national security, and ending our reliance on China. It's also a necessary step as we incorporate technologies like electric vehicles and renewables into our energy mix. Additionally, we will consider bills that make sure the EPA focuses on its core mission, which does not include forcing a transition to more expensive, less reliable energy sources and systems. Many of these issues have been bipartisan in the past, and I do hope and expect us to come together. This hearing is an opportunity to provide feedback as we work through regular order. And I should note that it's disappointing representatives from the Department of Energy, the Federal Energy Regulatory Commission, the Environmental Protection Agency declined to appear. Appearing before this committee is an important part of their obligation to Congress, and we expect them to fulfill it. In closing, I look forward to our discussion today on how this committee can improve American energy leadership, security, and people's lives. It's time to get to work. And with that, I yield back, Mr. Chairman.
I thank the chairwoman. I want to pause and just say that Congress's thoughts and prayers are with the folks in Syria and Turkey after the devastating earthquake. And I now recognize the ranking member of the full committee, Mr. Pallone, for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Chairman Duncan. Committee Republicans are showing today that their top energy and environmental priorities are to do the bidding of big oil and to undermine our nation's bedrock environmental laws. And these are not the same priorities of committee Democrats. Over the last 2 years, Democrats delivered historic wins for the American people. We enacted laws that are already creating good-paying jobs, cutting costs for working families, and advancing homegrown clean energy, all while tackling the worsening climate crisis. And while we want to build upon these successes for the American people, House Republicans are stuck in the past and failing to address the energy challenges and opportunities we face today. I'd like to start by highlighting my serious concerns with some of the fossil-focused bills that we're discussing today. The cross-border energy infrastructure bill is nothing more than a shadow approval of the Keystone Pipeline masquerading as legislation. It establishes that every single cross-border energy project is in the public interest, a radically higher bar than exists now, and this is not serious legislation. Representative Burgess's bill would put the Federal Energy Regulatory Commission in charge of permitting reviews that it doesn't have the expertise or the time to lead. And the Unlocking Our Domestic LNG Potential Act would eliminate the requirement that the Department of Energy determine that exporting natural gas from a U.S. facility is in the national interest. This legislation would effectively greenlight sending unrestricted amounts of LNG to adversaries like China. It's just more proof that committee Republicans are more interested in doing the bidding of their fossil fuel friends than actually protecting our energy security. And I'm also deeply disappointed with the legislative proposals being considered in the Environment Subcommittee's jurisdiction. 2 of the bills would revoke programs enacted as part of the Inflation Reduction Act that are projected to cut climate pollution, reduce the deficit, and leverage private sector investment in clean energy projects across the nation. H.R. 484 targets the Methane Emission Reduction Program, which established a suite of incentives to drive down excess methane pollution and remediate the effects of the pollution that does occur. This program fundamentally ensures polluters pay for wasted methane and not customers. Republicans also target the Greenhouse Gas Reduction Program, which invests $27 billion in nonprofit, state, and local climate finance institutions that support the rapid deployment of low and zero-emission technologies. My Republican colleagues claim to support all of the above policies, yet they oppose a program that invests in clean energy projects. We're also considering bills that allow so-called critical energy sources to bypass common-sense environmental protections. One bill would circumvent consideration of safer technologies to avoid chemical disasters under the Risk Management Program, while another bill would undercut protective health policies that were developed and passed on a bipartisan basis by this committee in the Frank Lautenberg Act. And we should not be putting polluters over people by waiving critical public health and environmental protections that keep American communities safe. Now, if Republicans really want to unleash American energy, I invite them to stop trying to tear down critical climate and environmental programs and work with us to build a better future for all by investing in clean energy and bolstering our environmental safeguards. I can't find much value in the legislation before us today, which is unfortunate since many members are interested in working on clean energy permitting, and instead my majority colleagues scheduled a hearing on 17 Republican bills or discussion drafts without even asking Democrats if we have any bills that would address the underlying topic. If they truly want to enact legislation that addresses energy security and affordability, this is not the path. The American people deserve better. Finally, I must set the record straight about why the administration could not testify at today's hearing. The majority claims they gave the administration 2 weeks' notice, and that the administration said this was not enough time to secure witnesses. What they left out is that the 2 weeks' notice came in an email right before midnight on January 24th. It did not contain the list of bills for the hearing, the legislative text of the bills, or any information about other invited witnesses. How are the agencies supposed to prepare for a hearing when they have not been told what bills they're supposed to be commenting on? And to be clear, only 2 of the 17 bills have been introduced when this hearing was noticed 1 week ago. If the bills were not ready to share with the administration or with Democratic members, then this hearing should have been postponed until a later date. And with that, Mr. Chairman, I yield back.
I thank the gentleman. This now concludes with member opening statements. The chair would like to remind members that pursuant to committee rules, all members' opening statements will be made part of the record. I want to thank all the witnesses for being here today and taking time to testify before the subcommittees. Each witness will have the opportunity to give 5 minutes opening statement, followed by a round of questions from members. There's some lights in front of you. Green means go, yellow means you've got 1 minute, 1 minute warning, and red means you need to wrap up. Our witnesses today are the Honorable Mark Menzies, Mr. Jeffrey Eshelman, Mr. Raul Garcia, Ms. Katie Sweeney, Mr. Tyson Slocum, and the Honorable Bernard McNamee. We appreciate you being here today. We'll now recognize Mr. Menzies for 5 minutes to give an opening statement.
Good morning. Madam Chair McMorris Rodgers, Ranking Member Pallone, Subcommittee Chairman Duncan and Johnson, Ranking Members DeGette and Tonka, and members of the subcommittee. Thank you for the invitation to testify on legislative solutions designed to promote U.S. energy production, lower energy costs, and to strengthen our supply chains of critical minerals and energy resources. Today's hearing features bills designed to achieve these important goals. Now, in order to unleash American energy, it's important that Congress ensures the legislative will of the people is carried out by the President and the executive branch. Frequently, the executive branch is at odds with the laws of Congress and takes actions without clear congressional authority. Several of the bills under consideration today make congressional intent clear to the executive branch. The Protecting American Energy Production Act clarifies that states have primacy regulating hydraulic fracturing. Congress made this clear in the overwhelmingly bipartisan Energy Policy Act of 2005. Our global friends and allies are grateful for our production and export and have come to rely on U.S.-produced oil and natural gas as a reliable source of energy and an alternative to Russian supply. This bill prohibits the President from issuing any moratoria on hydraulic fracturing, thus preserving states' rights. Similarly, the Sense of Congress resolution opposes the executive branch placing restrictions on the export of oil and petroleum products. This makes clear the congressional intent that the President and all federal agencies follow the law as written when a bipartisan Congress lifted the oil export ban in 2015. The Unlocking Our Domestic LNG Potential Act removes redundant reviews and the need for multiple federal permission slips to produce and liquefy LNG for export. The bill makes clear that it is FERC and not the Department of Energy which has the exclusive authority to approve or deny requests to export natural gas to a foreign country. The Promoting Cross-Border Energy Infrastructure Act makes clear that it is the DOE and FERC, the federal agencies with expertise in energy, that have the authority to grant or deny the interconnections and modifications of cross-border electricity lines and pipelines without the need for a presidential permit. Turning now to lowering energy costs. It is important that the members appreciate that with the shale revolution, the U.S. now has an abundance of cheap natural gas, which is replacing baseload coal, complementing the increased deployment of wind and solar, and is the primary reason why the U.S. leads in actual emission reductions. The Promoting Interagency Coordination for Review of Natural Gas Pipelines Act ensures increased access and delivery of supply to lower natural gas costs by authorizing FERC to be the lead agency to coordinate other agencies, establish reasonable timelines, and keep track of progress of the permitting and environmental reviews required under NEPA and other laws. Reducing costs of government can save taxpayers dollars to offset the cost of energy. The repeal of the Greenhouse Gas Reduction Fund repeals the $27 billion appropriated to EPA to provide grants and financial assistance to states, municipalities, tribal governments, and nonprofits for zero-emission technologies. While laudable and generous, there is little oversight of EPA required by Congress to administer this fund. Remember, EPA's requested budget in 2022 was only $11.4 billion. Another bill to lower energy costs is the Natural Gas Tax Repeal Act, which repeals the methane waste fee and statutory methane regulations included in the non-bipartisan Inflation Reduction Act. EPA has proposed supplemental rule to regulate methane emissions, open for public comment now, which essentially does the same thing without the methane waste fee, but with Clean Air Act penalties. Turning now to strengthening our supply chains. We know the U.S. relies on imports for 31 of 35 of our critical minerals necessary for the U.S. defense and our clean economy, 14 of which we are totally dependent on imports. To ensure critical energy resources, Congress should designate DOE with the responsibility to do this. That's what Securing America's Critical Mineral Supply Act does. It amends the DOE Organization Act to give DOE the responsibility of securing our supply of critical energy resources. Congress should ensure our critical energy facilities produce our critical energy resources during emergencies and threats to our energy security. Several of the bills under consideration here today do just that. The National and Energy Security Waiver Bill authorizes the EPA administrator, in consultation with DOE and the governor, to waive certain requirements, sanctions, or fees during times of threats to our national or energy security to maintain an adequate supply of gasoline and diesel and other critical refined resources. Another bill addresses EPA's backlog of pending applications to complete risk assessments of chemical substances necessary today to produce our critical energy resources. EPA's backlog is so great that U.S. companies are hesitant to make capital investments to produce critical battery components necessary for the deployment of EVs. This inexplicable delay is a problem China and our global competitors simply do not have. Likewise, the interim permit bill for safe storage and disposal of critical energy resources allows temporary on-site storage and disposal similar to past practices, and like other bills, a common-sense approach to accelerate U.S. development of critical supply
I'm going to ask the
chains.
gentleman to wrap up his opening.
Our transition to battery technologies, EV use, and grid-scale battery storage. I am in the course of wrapping up. Since 2009, EPA has had the use of its flexible air permitting rule. EPA limits its use, and so we have a bill to allow that. Congress also needs to ensure that interstate electric transmission infrastructure.
I'm sure a lot of this will be covered in the question and answering, so I'm going to ask you to wrap up.
It is. Well, with that, I will, in fact, thank you for the opportunity to testify today. I ask that my written statement be included in the record, and I look forward to your questions.
Thank you for that, and I apologize, but we do have a broad panel. So the chair will go to Mr. Eshelman.
Good morning, and thank you for having me here today. It's a pleasure to be here. I'm Jeff Eshelman, President and CEO of the Independent Petroleum Association of America. I'd like to thank Chairman Duncan and Chairman Johnson for gathering this hearing today. We really appreciate being a part of it. As you know, the American natural gas and oil industry is very diverse and consists of many sectors. My organization, IPAA, represents the exploration and production part of the industry. The independent companies who don't have refineries or gasoline stations, these companies specifically search for and produce the nation's gas and oil wells. There are about 6,000 independent producers exploring and producing for the nation's energy supply each day. They are spread across 33 states. And here's the kicker that a lot of people don't recognize. Collectively, these small businesses, the 6,000 of them, are responsible for developing 91% of the nation's natural gas and oil wells, accounting for 83% of America's oil supply and 90% of our domestic natural gas supply. Through good times and bad, our companies invest billions in new projects searching for America's energy. So the characterization that this industry is big oil is actually a big myth. It's the independent, smaller companies that are drilling most of the wells and providing for most of the energy in this country. Through the effort of independent producers, today is America's a world leader in natural gas and oil production, and we're doing it responsibly. In this time of continuing uncertainty, one thing is certain: a healthy oil and natural gas industry is good for America. It's good for our economic and national security, as well as for our allies across the globe. Let me take a few minutes to address some of the strengths, weaknesses, opportunities, and threats that we see at IPAA. Strengths. Natural gas is actually good for the environment. Today, the nation has its cleanest air in 20 years. In fact, total greenhouse gas emissions continue to decline despite production and consumption of natural gas increasing. Our industry is committed to reducing leaks and improving pipeline infrastructure. American producers are taking the right, responsible approach to these issues. Other strengths of our industry include that we have America's vast natural gas supply right under this ground, about 100 years' worth. Oil and gas will remain America's largest fuel source through 2050, and coupled with wind, solar, hydro, nuclear, coal, batteries, America has a strong, reliable energy portfolio. The weaknesses we see: inflation, which affects all Americans. Our industry is not just producing energy, but it's also consuming it. A weak economy results in a weakened industry. Labor and service costs, for example, purchasing tubular goods, have driven up the cost of drilling and completing wells by 30% year over year. It's often difficult for us to find a new workforce, to even find trucks. And the need for takeaway capacity through pipelines and gas storage are essential. But there are some good opportunities to keep in mind. America's natural gas and oil production are vital here at home. On the legislation being discussed today, IPAA strongly supports H.R. 150, the Protecting American Production Act, sponsored by Congressman Duncan. This legislation prohibits the president from declaring a moratorium on the use of hydraulic fracturing unless Congress authorizes such a prohibition. IPAA also supports H.R. 484, the Natural Gas Tax Repeal Act, sponsored by Congressman Pfluger. This legislation would strike language designed to establish a tax on natural gas imposed on America's independent oil and natural gas producers. IPAA recognizes the importance of managing air emissions of methane and other volatile organic compounds, and we're committed to working diligently to comply with state and federal agencies. Now the threats. And mostly it's about uncertainty in our industry. And uncertainty breeds inaction, and that's not an option for us. So what are the threats that create uncertainty for our businesses? Well, we have lawsuits, we have new permitting and infrastructure regulation threats, we have proposed threats of new regulations with the Endangered Species Act and increased taxes on methane. We have the Security and Exchange Commission looking at climate plans. We have bans and setbacks. We have electrification proposals, like for natural gas stoves that we've seen so much about in the news. And there's delayed lease sales in onshore and offshore. And there's so much more. But I want to work with this committee. Our IPAA wants to work with this committee to make sure that we can address these threats, strengths, weaknesses, and opportunities. Thank you for the opportunity.
I thank the gentleman. The chair will now recognize Mr. Garcia for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Chairman. Thank you, all the ranking members, for the invitation to speak. My name is Raul Garcia. I am the Legislative Director for Healthy Communities at Earth Justice. In giving an opinion about the 17 bills that we're considering today, I don't have enough time to go one by one, but there are some narratives that the bills overall establish for us. Overall, there are a litany of exemptions, a litany of go-arounds, and a litany of ways that big industries get to go around laws that we have in the books already, that were put in the books by Congress in bipartisan support in order to protect the communities that this very Congress represents. And so when we talk about already having industries that act responsibly, one has to beg the question, if they are acting responsibly, why do they want to waive the laws that hold them accountable to acting responsibly? And we have not gotten an answer on that front, but we also have to remember that what's at stake here is broader than the simple choice that the proponents of these bills give us. So they give us a false choice between having healthy communities, a healthy environment, and energy security. And that's simply not true. We can have both. But it's a clever twist. I mean, it's a clever ploy, even if it's a cruel one. Because on the one hand, some of these bills actually repeal parts of the laws they have made it into the books that would speed up a transition to clean energy, that would give us energy security in a clean and healthy way, like like parts of the IRA, particularly the Greenhouse Gas Reduction Fund. Now, that would speed up distributed solar energy so that people can have energy at their own homes, so that grids going down are not a problem for an entire state. But we want to take that away in these bills. And then on the back end, we actually want to give industry loopholes that they can use in order to not comply with the Clean Air Act, with the Toxic Substances Control Act. These laws were established by this Congress in bipartisan fashion to protect the air that we breathe and the toxics that are in our environment, the water that we drink, the makeup that we put on our faces, everything that goes into our stomachs. And we want to peel that away. Now, we hear a lot about energy security and this phrase of critical critical energy sources. So let's talk about critical energy sources. Few bills of the 17 that we have here today actually establish a definition for critical energy sources. What they actually say is, let's leave that definition up to the Secretary of Energy. That's a Trojan horse. That means everything can suddenly become a critical energy source. And so, what are we talking about when we're talking about these sources? We're talking about making sure that we have a responsible way to get to clean energy that establishes safe protections for our communities. And these bills, frankly, do exactly the opposite. And so, when we talk about the Toxic Substances Control Act, for example, one of the bills would have us consider the economic impacts, the economic cost of when determining whether a substance is toxic or not. So that would mean that if we put poison in 3 cups of water, we're going to drink them all and figure out what the economic cost is going to do to us. So another question that I have for the proponents of the bill is, what is the cost of a human life? What is the cost that poison is going to inflict on a human being? Because it's good to talk about everything that's on paper and laws and exemptions and procedures. How do we explain the emissions coming out of the fossil fuel industry or the mining industry to our communities who are suffering from cancers, from asthma, from cardiac conditions? But we haven't talked about that here yet. And so I believe that that's what we need to focus on, and that's what we need to do. And so these bills, by and large, fail, flat out fail, to address what communities across the country are dealing with. Thank you.
Thank you. I now recognize Ms. Sweeney for 5 minutes.
Thank you. Good morning, members of the subcommittee. I appreciate being here on behalf of the National Mining Associations, mineral and hard rock mining companies, to talk about the need to strengthen our mineral supply chains to unleash American energy and lower energy cost. Domestic mining, conducted under world-leading environmental, safety, and labor standards, is critical to securing virtually every key supply chain, especially energy. But the right policies are needed to unlock our full potential. Minerals are an integral part of all current forms of energy and for those we hope to rely on more in the future. From copper, nickel, and silver and renewables, to cobalt and lithium and EVs, to barite and molybdenum that keep oil and gas moving, to uranium and coal, which produced over 40% of our electricity, minerals security makes energy security. As we enter the most mineral-intensive era in human history, the International Energy Agency estimates demand for some minerals required for energy generation transitions could grow by more than 40 times by 2040. Urgent action is needed to secure these essential supply chains. but recent U.S. Geological Survey information shows our country is headed in the wrong direction. Despite the rhetoric around securing our mineral supply chains, we are at a crisis point. In 2022, the U.S. reached its highest recorded mineral import reliance. Imports made up more than one-half of U.S. apparent consumption for 51 non-fuel mineral commodities, up from 2021, when only 47 commodities met that metric. We are more dependent than ever before on China and others for minerals essential to modern life, and each new announcement of a blocked mine, such as Twin Metals project in Minnesota, or foreign sourcing agreements with countries with documented problematic labor practices, locks in our position of competitive weakness. The U.S. must focus on supplying these minerals at home, as well as restoring domestic smelting, refining, and processing capabilities. In a 2019 hearing, Benchmark Minerals talked about growing mineral demand for EV batteries and lack of domestic production, cautioning that those who control these critical raw materials and those who possess the manufacturing and processing know-how will hold the balance of industrial power in the 21st century auto and energy storage industries. Automakers understand that truth and worry that the coming battery mineral shortfall will decimate the EV revolution. Ford's president and CEO recently highlighted the need to focus on domestic supply chains all the way to the mines to reduce our reliance on minerals sourced from countries with documented child labor practices and corruption. Without permitting reform, the U.S. will be watching the global competition for energy dominance from the sidelines. Providing additional funds or incentives for projects that will never be approved does nothing. As the IEA concluded in a recent report, governments must leverage private investment in sustainable mining, but also ensure clear and rapid permitting procedures to avoid potential supply bottlenecks. Opening or expanding a U.S. mine typically involves multiple agencies and tens or even hundreds of permitting processes at the local, state, and federal levels. Delays arise from duplication among agencies, absences of firm timelines, and failures in agency coordination. Necessary authorizations take an average of 7 to 10 years, one of the world's longest permitting processes. Valid environmental concerns should be fully addressed, but permitting processes should not serve as an excuse to trap mining projects in a limbo of duplicative, unpredictable, endless, and costly review. We can build on important work done by this committee to support new domestic production and processing. Chair McMorris Rodgers and Natural Resource Chair Westerman's Securing American Mineral Supply Chains Act offers common sense solutions to reestablish a domestic mineral supply chain. The act prioritizes responsible development and would provide certainty to mining companies, investors, and manufacturers, establish lead agencies and improve permitting timeliness, maintain access to mineralized federal lands unless withdrawn by Congress and unless the USGS can assure that the withdrawal does not threaten supply chains, support research, development, and demonstration funding, and workforce development and training. It's time for the United States to walk the talk on mineral security. As our minerals needs skyrocket for everything from EVs to advanced energy technologies, the U.S. is stumbling when it comes to our supply chains. NMA appreciates this committee's prioritization of these issues and is eager to help craft solutions. Thank you.
Thank you for that. The chair will now recognize Mr. Slocum for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, Ranking Member, members of the committee. It's my pleasure to be here today. I'm Tyson Slocum, and for the last 2 decades, I've been the director of the energy program with Public Citizen here in Washington, D.C. So liquefied natural gas exports are the disruptive event that is radically upending domestic energy markets. For the first time in history, American natural gas consumers, whether they be households, operators of power plants, are forced to compete with their counterparts in Berlin and Beijing on price. That's why coast to coast, Americans are now paying significantly higher prices for electricity and to heat their homes. There have been periods in the last 2 months where prices on the US West Coast and in New England have been more expensive for natural gas than in Ukraine. That's because because prior to LNG exports, our domestic markets were insulated from global calamities. War could break out in Europe and there would be no bump in price. Now our domestic benchmarks are directly linked with global events, like the same that has been the way with oil and gasoline markets for more than a generation. So this is not a crisis of inadequate natural gas production. We are breaking records on natural gas production in the US every month, according to the Energy Information Administration. 20% of US natural gas production is exported out of the United States, and that's what's driving the imbalance. But on the production side, we are far and away the largest producer on the planet. The number 2 and number 3 global producers of gas, Russia and Iran, combined don't produce as much as the United States every day. So we're not going to produce our way to lower prices as long as the export spigot remains open. So of course, a focus of policy on energy efficiency and promoting zero-emission alternatives to gas has to be part of the solution. But in the meantime, we need stronger regulation over LNG exports, not less. And so I'm just going to briefly cover 4 of the 17 bills. So H.R. 647 would eliminate the requirement that natural gas exports be consistent with the public interest. That's a standard that's been in place for 85 years, and we believe that it is crucial that all natural gas exports continue to be subject to that public interest standard. The Cross-Border Energy Infrastructure Act would require FERC to approve any natural gas export pipeline within 30 days of receiving the application. So that's a de facto approval. We're a party in a case at FERC right now involving a proposed natural gas cross-border pipeline, a 155-mile pipeline that would connect the Permian Basin at the Waha hub to Mexico and then directly send that US-produced gas through Mexico to new LNG export terminals on Mexico's Pacific coast. Thankfully, there is a public interest review, and we are an intervener in that FERC proceeding where we're going to raise concerns about the threat to the public interest of exporting Permian gas directly to China. And removing that review would not be advisable. H.R. 484 would eliminate the methane fee in the recently enacted Inflation Reduction Act. What's wild about this is the Inflation Reduction Act bends over backwards to accommodate the oil and gas sector. Congress appropriates $1.5 billion in grants to the oil and gas sector to help them invest in facilities to reduce their methane emissions. I don't see the oil and gas industry complaining about $1.5 billion in taxpayer grants to help their business. And in addition, the fee is waived if you successfully comply with EPA regulations on methane emissions. So that makes the industry a partner with effective regulation. And so I don't think that legislation is advisable. And last, I just want to touch on the bill that would prevent the EPA from requiring oil refineries using hydrofluoric acid alkylation to explore less hazardous alternatives. It's important to note that in October of 2022, the U.S. Chemical Safety and Hazard Investigation Board, in response to a series of tragic accidents with hydrofluoric acid alkylation, recommended and urges the EPA to subject these facilities to hazard reviews. So I think it would be imprudent to remove that opportunity. Thank you so much. I look forward to your questions.
I thank the gentleman. The chair will now recognize Mr. McNamee for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Chairman Duncan, Ranking Member DeJette, Chair Johnson, Ranking Member Tonko, Chair Rodgers, and Ranking Member Pallone, members of the committee, thank you for inviting me to participate in this hearing. I am Bernie McNamee, and I am here and want to make it clear that I'm only expressing my own views and they're not of my employer or any of its clients. Today we're facing a new energy crisis. The American people are facing a new energy crisis. Americans are now faced with energy scarcity, artificial shortages of natural gas and oil, despite massive reserves in the United States, and an electric grid that is less reliable. Nor can all this be blamed on Putin's war in Ukraine. Misguided government policies, as well as the politicization of capital, are causing much of the current energy crisis in this country. Though our energy challenges are wide-ranging, we have the means to reinvigorate our energy priorities for the benefit of the American people. Many of the bills here today will help do that. But recognizing the limited time for these opening comments, I will focus on three major issues: permitting reform, the importance of natural gas to energy security, and restoring reliability to our electric grid. Permitting reform. Over the years, we have seen a number of initiatives to speed up environmental reviews, including permitting reform. And the problem is not just agencies reviewing projects. The substantive aspects of various environmental laws contribute to the rejection, delay, and cost of energy projects. Therefore, attempts to make the bureaucracy work more efficiently may not result in more projects being approved or constructed. To address permitting challenges, Congress should look at the substantive requirements in various laws and agency regulations that they're implementing so as to ensure that they properly protect the environment, but also do not create artificial barriers. But there is another problem that's related to NEPA litigation. As enacted by Congress, NEPA does not provide for a private cause of action, but the courts have allowed agency actions on NEPA decisions to be challenged in court through the Administrative Procedures Act. The result is that agencies now spend an inordinate amount of time and effort trying to address every minor comment and issue raised in environmental reviews. And no matter how good an agency's review is, the agency's action can still be challenged in court, which can then hold up a project for years. Such delays can end up killing a project or making it more expensive. Congress should consider reforming NEPA and the APA to limit how legal challenges can be made against agency actions. But of course, this is a two-edged sword. We want agencies to be accountable, so Congress will have to engage in a careful balancing of its authorities. Next, natural gas energy security. American energy security and affordability is vitally dependent on access to domestically produced natural gas. Natural gas is important for home heating, manufacturing, but also provides about 38% of our electric generation. Unleashing natural gas production should be a priority, and natural gas pipelines are very important to get end product to users. Furthermore, federal and state policymakers need to recognize the interdependence of the electric grid and natural gas, especially natural gas pipelines. This means ensuring that pipelines are also safe from cyber and physical threats, which I also know is being considered by this committee. Finally, restoring the reliability of the electric grid. Electric reliability is decreasing in many parts of the country, and we have seen this in California, Texas, and part of the East Coast this past December. These failures have not been the usual causes for power outages, which are usually down power lines. What we have been seeing is a lack of enough generation on the grid, dispatchable generation, to keep the power going. This is the result of policy choices, in particular, the convergence of subsidized renewables and regional transmission organizations. They're described as electric markets. RTOs are actually complex regulatory constructs. And unlike traditional utilities, generators and RTOs have no obligation to serve customers. Furthermore, RTOs and generators are not passing the full economic benefits of no fuel and subsidized renewables to customers. The end result has been higher prices for customers, less reliability, and little accountability. This can be contrasted with traditional utilities, which engage in integrated resource planning to provide reliability, have the rates set in a manner that provides the economic benefits of fuel diversity to customers, and is accountable to state public utility commissions and legislators. As you look at the various issues about reliability, particularly the interaction between natural gas and electric, you may want to consider reforms to the Federal Power Act, FERC oversight, and enhancing the role of the states. Reliable, affordable, and abundant energy is essential for the American people and the nation. I'm grateful for the committee's work. Thank you for having me here, and I ask that my written comments be put in the record.
Well, let me thank you all for your testimony, and we'll now move into the question and answering portion of the hearing. And I'll begin the questioning, and I'll recognize myself for 5 minutes. Seeing Ranking Member DeGette's coffee this morning, I'm reminded that America runs on Dunkin'. I spell it a little differently. The truth of the matter is America runs on energy. For example, my bill Protecting American Energy Production Act clarifies congressional intent and states that have primacy regarding hydraulic fracturing. It also prohibits the president from issuing any moratorium on hydraulic fracturing. 2 years ago, America was energy dominant for the first time since 1952. We went from the largest net importer to a net exporter. We became number one in oil and gas producer of the world. We became a global price setter, undercutting the leverage of OPEC. Finally, we achieved the President Jimmy Carter's mission for the DOE. We are no longer reliant on foreign adversaries for our energy security. We have now seen a reverse of this. Democrats' energy policies have made us weaker and more reliant on other nations for energy and our supply chains. The Biden administration and congressional Democrats have taken over 100 actions to make it more difficult to produce oil and gas here in the United States. This may be why the administration didn't want to testify today. They know they've taken all executive action possible to undercut American energy production. President Biden has then blamed energy companies for not producing enough while pushing a rush to green energy agenda that would make us overwhelmingly dependent on China, Russia, and our adversaries for energy. Bottom line is we have the resources here in America to meet all of our energy needs and help those around the globe. Abundant natural resources. The goal of the legislation we're reviewing today is to reverse this, make American energy and its supply chains more secure while driving down consumer costs and emissions. So, Mr. Eshelman, I appreciate your comments on the shale revolution. We're going to talk about the hydraulic fracturing and the moratorium today. The innovation and entrepreneurial spirit helped make America energy dominant and a global leader in emissions reductions. This didn't happen in countries with price and supply controls. What would happen if this administration sought to curtail the use of hydraulic fracturing? Mr. Menzies.
Well, it would be
Or Mr. Eshelman, I'm sorry.
Yes, it would be devastating. I remember back in 1994, when I worked at IPAA, we issued a request to the Commerce Department called a Section 232, because we were so dependent on foreign oil that we wanted a national security basically ranking for America, that it's a threat to the United States, all this foreign oil coming into America. But now, if we look back 20 years later, 30 years later, America has become energy independent, basically. We produce 12 million barrels of oil a day. We have imports about 7 million, so it's not even half, because we also export about 3 to 4 million. So it's made us a global leader. It's created jobs. It's brought down prices. It's taken down the trade deficit. It's helped local communities. I know Mr. Joyce, I'm from Pennsylvania, Dr. Joyce, and we're the #2 natural gas producers. It's made our counties rich. And so we operate in every community across the country pretty much. We live in the communities. We're not headquartered all the time in Houston or wherever you might think big oil is. So jobs, deficit reduction, helping local communities, it's done so much.
Yeah, thank you for that. I meet with gas producers and pipeline managers all the time, owners. And Mr. Slocum, you mentioned our natural gas production. I would argue that we have so much natural gas in this country, we can't truly measure how much. You talked about, I think, 20% that we're exporting. Producers and pipelines tell me that they could provide more natural gas to the nation if they had somewhere to put it. They just don't have anywhere for the gas to go. They're at capacity on the pipelines for what was produced in the Marcellus. They could produce more, they just don't have anywhere to send it. My communities need it. My state needs it. The rest of the nation needs it. Natural gas is what got us here and our emissions goals. The goal of these bills today is to counter misguided energy policies that will offshore investment, make us reliant on countries that don't share our values. If they had their way, we'd be relying on critical minerals primarily produced in countries with no regard for human rights or emission reduction goals, countries like China. These bills would reflect that the U.S. is serious about building out all forms of energy here, a true all-the-above approach. What happens, Mr. Menzies, if we recede from the world on the energy production? Would it be cleaner?
Well, we need to maintain our ability to produce because our global allies and partners have really become to depend on U.S.-produced LNG. They prefer to do business with LNG. After Putin's invasion, Europe came to us asking us to increase production. So they really have come to rely on us. Plus, with the agreement with the Biden administration that our U.S. LNG providers were going to produce more and provide Europe over this winter and next winter, also came the realization that natural gas helped Europe meet its net zero goals. And indeed, so countries are looking to U.S. for LNG to help meet net zero goals, which, you know, the U.S. is proud to be a leader in that.
Yeah, my time's expired, but lessen their dependence on Vladimir Putin and others for their energy sources. And I'll go to the ranking member, Ms. Deguette, for 5 minutes.
Thank you so much, Mr. Chairman. The first thing I want to start with, Mr. Chairman, so we get this subcommittee off on the right foot, is I know the administration would love to come and testify on these bills. And so, first of all, I think we should have another hearing with the administration on these bills. Secondly, if you expect the administration to come, then we would expect that you give them the same comity that we did when Mr. Trump was in the White House and give them advance notice. But in addition, you've got 17 bills up today, and they only had notice of what 2 of those bills were. So if you really want fulsome testimony, you need to give them the bills. The second thing I want to point out is that I have good news for you, Mr. Eshelman, and everybody else, and you, Mr. Chairman, which is, you know, we have a lot of fracking in my state of Colorado, too. And I've been dealing with it for some time. And as you know, fracking occurs a lot in places where traditional drilling did not. And so it's really important. So I don't think anybody is seriously saying we should eliminate fracking. But what I am saying, and what many are saying, is we should have adequate environmental and security legislation to make sure that it's safe for the communities around it. And I don't think you could disagree with that. Is that right, Mr. Eshelman?
I believe you're correct that the states and local communities are doing their part, but I don't think the federal government can put
I've only got 5 minutes, unfortunately. So I would like to, I'd like to talk to you, Mr. Slocum, for a minute about this notion of increasing oil and gas production in the United States, whether it's traditional drilling or fracking, and this concept that that will somehow make us independent from foreign oil. And the chairman was talking to you about that. Is that correct, that if we have increased oil and gas production here, that will make us independent from international oil? And if not, why not?
Yeah, no, that is not correct because, as you noted, oil and gasoline markets are globally priced, and they have been since the futures exchange opened in 1982 in New York. And so that's why whenever, during the first Gulf War in 1990, we saw significant price spikes here in the United States, even though there were no domestic impediments to that. It was because the commodity is a globally priced commodity. And prior to the export boom of natural gas was insulated. And now that we've got LNG exports, Americans are now exposed to global natural gas price shifts.
So what would the best way to become independent from this foreign market?
To get our economy off of volatilely priced, globally priced fossil fuels like oil and natural gas.
And move more into renewable fuels that were domestically developed?
Correct.
Okay. Now, I want to ask you one more thing about H.R. 484, because one of the focal points I've been working on for some years is reducing methane emissions. And so H.R. 484 rolls back the Obama-era methane rule that had bipartisan support and industry support, including BP and Shell. So I want to ask you why Section 60113 of the Inflation Reduction Act is so important.
It's so important because methane is an incredibly powerful greenhouse gas, far more destructive than CO2. It's shorter lived in the atmosphere, but capturing those methane emissions from the oil and gas sector is critical if we're going to successfully address the climate crisis. And so that's why I thought that the methane provisions in the IRA were extremely fair.
And
They
it gives-
provide, they
they-
accommodate industry
Yeah.
to help industry achieve those emission
They actually
reductions.
give funding to the industry to help them comply with the bill, right?
Correct.
And finally, Mr. Garcia, I want to thank you for your testimony, but I would particularly ask the committee to look at your written testimony where you analyze every one of these 17 bills and talk about the fundamental problems. I don't have time in 5 minutes, like you didn't have time in your testimony, but it's really helpful analysis, and I think we should really try to work together to move this discussion forward rather than just rehashing tired debates that we've had over all the many years I've been on this committee. With that, I yield back, and welcome to a new chairman.
The gentlelady yields back, and the chair now recognizes himself for 5 minutes for the purpose of asking questions. And I want to touch on my legislation, the Unlocking Our Domestic LNG Potential Act. And I mentioned last week how unleashing U.S. LNG exports strengthens America's geopolitical posture on the world stage, but it can also bring considerable benefits here at home. Mr. Menzies, thank you for mentioning my legislation and for saying how America can lead the way in providing the world's energy. Can you explain how increasing U.S. LNG exports can have a positive effect on increasing production here at home, bringing with it the jobs and economic growth in places like my district in Ohio that sits atop the Utica and Marcellus Shale?
Thank you very much for the question. Indeed, throughout the world, many of our friends and allies are coming to the United States and asking us to try to produce as much LNG for the purpose of export. They are aware that when we produce natural gas, it's used, obviously, to drive our very powerful economy. But they have come to look to us really as part of the solution. They do not want to go to any of the monarchies if they have to. They do not want to go to Iran, and they certainly now have announced that they are no longer going to rely on Russia. So they've looked to the U.S. to replace this supply. We need to look at a future where Russia will no longer be a reliable provider. Now, Russia will likely do deals with the monarchies and perhaps China, but it's important for our friends and allies to know they can depend on the United States. And so with that demand for export, increases domestic production and lowers prices.
Thank you, Mr. Menzies. Now let's shift gears a bit. We have an impressive slate of bills from our members on the Environment, Manufacturing, and Critical Materials Subcommittee that would address some of the major challenges that we're facing. Ms. Sweeney, please allow me to start with you because you mentioned in your testimony that some critical materials needed for future industries and technologies like lithium and cobalt will skyrocket some 30 or even 40 times beyond current demand right now. Frankly, this increase is hard to even comprehend. The bottom line is we need a lot more mining and a lot more mines, and it's going to have to be done somewhere. So, Ms. Sweeney, wouldn't we want to do more of this right here in America? Can you tell us how, if we had the right permitting reforms and regulations in place, our domestic mining industry would be able to extract the minerals and metals we need in a safer and more environmentally responsible way than in other countries?
Thank you so much for that question. And yes, we have about 6.2 trillion. It's the value of minerals known in the U.S. today. And there is further mapping all the time, so there are more minerals that will be found. And we can mine here under the best standards, environmental, labor, and safety standards in the world. But we do need the right policies in place to really unlock that potential. And permitting is one of the impediments. We need more efficiencies. We are not asking for environmental shortcuts. We're asking for a more efficient process, similar to the processes that are similarly stringent in Canada and Australia, but they do more to focus on coordinating amongst the various agencies. They have firm timelines in place.
Okay. All right, well, thank you. And back to you, Mr. Menzies, very quickly. We're considering multiple bills today to allow America to protect its, quote, critical energy resources when America is under threat. Would you agree that in addition to, say, oil and gas, this definition could also include critical minerals and rare earths?
Absolutely. They're going to be necessary for our transition to a cleaner.
Okay. Would you agree this is a broad definition? Could it also include things like battery and solar components, perhaps electrical steel?
Yes, it can include all of those necessary for our energy production and use.
Well, thank you, because it's essential that we protect all of these components and their manufacturing supply chain. I do want, in my remaining time, I want to go back. I heard, Mr. Garcia, you mentioned that these bills are replete with exemptions and go-arounds. These bills are actually the removal of burdensome regulatory barriers that are to advancing a true all-of-the-above market-driven energy strategy, the kind that the president actually wants. But yet these barriers for permitting, for mining, for exporting clean natural gas, you name it, those are things that would promote the president's agenda. But this administration doesn't want that. And that's what we're trying to break down today, because good, solid energy policy is also good climate policy. And we believe Republicans are offering those up today. And with that, I yield back, and now I recognize our colleague, the ranking member on the Environment and Manufacturing and Critical Materials Subcommittee, Mr. Tonko, for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Well, Mr. Garcia, thank you for your testimony. I'm grateful to you and the Earth Justice Organization for the partnership with frontline communities seeking protection from environmental and health threats. Yesterday, members received a letter from Earth Justice and 7 other environmental organizations expressing opposition to 5 bills under consideration today. While I understand you have several concerns with each of these bills, the broad definition of critical energy resource seems to be a common issue. What is your understanding of what could be included in these bills' definition of critical energy resources, and what risks might this pose to the communities with which you partner?
Yeah, absolutely. As I mentioned, the bills themselves don't actually give us a definition of what critical, whether it be critical minerals or critical energy sources, actually are. And so it really defers to the Secretary of Energy in any given administration to determine what these are. And so that means that virtually anything can become a quote-unquote critical energy resource. And so the idea here is that we have to make sure that the energy that we produce is clean, but the manufacturing that goes into the creation of that clean energy also has to be clean, and it has to protect communities themselves. And so when we're talking about broad outlines, right, and broad schemes that do go around the laws, it's going to be particularly problematic because, again, we're talking about laws and regulations, and we certainly heard about red tape, but few people actually mention that it's not red tape. It's actually protections that people rely on. NEPA, the National Environmental Policy Act, is at times the only law that communities have on the ground to actually know what is going to happen in their backyards, and then to be able to comment on what's going to happen, say on a mining project or on a drilling project or an energy project. And so we have to really think about how expansive this definition can really get. Because, when we're talking about for example, the TSCA bill, it says that for critical energy sources, you have to study the economic costs to see if the substance is safe, which is backwards. A substance is either safe or not, it's either poison or it's not. And you can't figure that out afterwards. It also puts these chemicals on the market before the determination of whether they are safe or not is actually made. And so you can imagine that, right? Like, you got 3 cups in front of you, go ahead and drink them all. We'll find out later if one of them is poisoned. It's backwards logic. And that's what we're doing to our community. That's what we would be doing to our communities day in and day out if we allow this to move forward.
Thank you. Ms. Sweeney, your testimony highlighted the increasing international demand for critical minerals and the strategies developed by several foreign governments, including the UK and Canada, to address these growing demands. A common thread highlighted in these strategies is the importance of bringing greater transparency to supply chains. I know that the National Mining Association has said that the Inflation Reduction Act's Clean Vehicle Tax Credit, coupled with other provisions in the IRA, can help U.S. energy security and supply chain resilience. As you know, a key component of this tax credit is verifying material sourcing, and I want to hone in on that verification effort. What do you see as the need for increased supply chain transparency and tracking in helping verify and promote compliance with the domestic sourcing requirements in the recently enacted battery incentives?
Thank you very much for that question. That is a great question, and transparency is needed. I mean, there is information that we do get from the U.S. Geological Survey about where minerals come from, but it can be quite complicated to trace them back to the source, and additional resources are probably needed to be able to do that. Of course, if we get them here, we wouldn't have to trace too far.
Right. But what specifically should we do to improve that tracing, tracking opportunity?
You know, I have not spent a lot of time thinking about that. I'd love to get back to you with an answer.
Sure, thank you. And I also believe Congress should consider other methods for meeting our critical mineral demands, including investing in R&D to develop alternative battery chemistries that are less reliant on critical minerals and putting a greater emphasis on the recycling of critical minerals already in commerce. Mr. Garcia, do you believe more can be done to achieve more sustainable sourcing through recycling and reuse of critical minerals, provided this is done using safe and environmentally sound processes?
Yeah, absolutely. And the laws that are in the books, far from being obstacles, are actually guides. They guide us in order to make sure that while we are doing more recycling of these minerals and while we're figuring out what we want to do in terms of the next innovation, that we're doing it in a way that it's safe. And so far from obstacles, these are guideposts that we need to make sure that we're keeping in mind as we move forward in innovation.
Thank you very much. With that, I yield back, Mr. Chair.
The gentleman yields back. The chair now recognizes the chair lady of the total committee, Energy and Commerce, Ms. McMorris Rodgers, for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Our goal is to put security back at the center of our energy policy. That's what the package before us today, each of these bills is central to our energy work. And flipping the switch for more American energy and energy-related industrial activity, it's key, while maintaining America's highest labor, environmental, safety standards. There's nothing in any of the bills before us that would undermine those high standards. And you know, Russia's invasion of Ukraine, it didn't cause the energy crisis. It just exposed what was going on in weakening American energy security. The risks extend way beyond oil and gas supplies to vulnerabilities in the civilian nuclear sector. The sad fact is our domestic fuel infrastructure, from uranium mining and conversion to enrichment services, has eroded. Upwards to 24% of America's fuel this year will be Russian-sourced, which places our fuel supplies at greater risk of disruption. Mr. Menzies, during your time as Deputy Secretary of Energy, DOE highlighted the importance of restoring American nuclear leadership in the world. Would you speak briefly as to why a strong nuclear industrial base, from fuels to technological development, is critical to domestic nuclear development, quality energy supplies, and to our national security?
Well, thank you very much. I mean, we've always been aware of the need for the U.S. to maintain its global leadership in nuclear technology, but it became more apparent as I began to travel overseas and to see the role that Russia and China is playing, doing deals with our friends and allies across the world, trying to bring their nuclear technology to them. Now, one might say, well, you know, that's not a big deal, but it is a big deal because what we're doing is we're ceding the leadership, the technological leadership, the institutional knowledge, and the 50 to 100-year relationships with China and Russia, with our friends and allies. They are turning away from the U.S. So that's an important thing. We are losing the global leadership. We have 123 requirements in our law. China and Russia do not. And so we should all be concerned about maintaining that regardless of how you feel about nuclear energy. We need to maintain that leadership. It is very real and it's very threatening. And then our own history is that we really we need to improve our mining, our milling, our conversion, our fuel fabrication, and of course, enrichment. And so I asked this committee to please look seriously at it. We released a report in 2020 where we tried to look at it in a very broad view, and I'd like to submit that in the record as well with my testimony. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Ms. Sweeney, just to build on this a little bit, my legislation is designed to send a clear signal to industry that a date certain America's nuclear industry can no longer rely on Russian-sourced, low-enriched uranium. What do you believe this signal would mean for building out our domestic fuel industry?
It's a lifeline. Frankly, you know, talking about insecure supply chains, our reliance on foreign sources of uranium, over 97% is foreign. It's just crazy when you think about that. And that industry is on the precipice of extinction. They need that lifeline.
So this week, we're all talking about a Chinese spy balloon that made its way across America, underscored the importance of Americans and having safe and secure systems, supply chains. It's real. The threat from China is real. It's active. So, Ms. Sweeney, what do you believe this event says about the urgency for us building out our mineral, metal, and energy material supply chains?
It's such an important topic. You know, we need to be able to rely on ourselves for as much as we can. And we have so much here that we can be using. We have the great workforce. We have great transportation, infrastructure. We can and should be doing it here, and that will protect us, you know, in energy crisis, in military crisis, and economic crisis.
So would you speak to where do we get the minerals and the metals that we need right now? Where do they come from?
Could you
The
repeat that?
minerals, the metals that we need in energy?
Oh,
Yes.
China, mostly
Yes.
China, right? And the processing as well. I mean, we're 80% reliant on rare earths that come from China. Processing, they do about 90% of the rare earths processing there.
And what's been happening recently in America as far as making more of this available in America?
Well,
These
we've
rare
gotten a lot of funding for new projects in the U.S., but what we're lacking is the permitting reforms to accompany that. So what we're seeing money going to projects, but we're not seeing approvals happening. So it's really delaying our ability to unleash our full
Yep,
potential.
we can't build without permitting reform. I yield back, Mr. Chairman.
The gentlelady yields back. The chair now recognizes the ranking member of the Energy and Commerce Committee, Mr. Pallone, for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Chairman. I'm going to try to get in some questions for Mr. Slocum and Mr. Garcia. So, Mr. Slocum, in your testimony, you talked about how increased LNG exports have increasingly tied American natural gas markets with global markets, meaning that American consumers are now sharing in the volatility that global markets are experiencing due to Russia's invasion of Ukraine. And American natural gas markets are currently reflecting that volatility. Last year, American natural gas futures fluctuated wildly from a low of just under $4 per unit to nearly $10. I don't know how families in New Jersey are supposed to budget for gas to heat their homes when it could double in price on them with no warning whatsoever. So first question, Mr. Slocum, can you talk about how increased LNG exports have increased home energy costs for Americans?
Yes, so the Department of Energy has authority to review export applications, and it has approved every one. And so as a result, we went from 0 LNG exports in 2016 to now we're the largest LNG exporter in the world. And what that's done is it's forced consumers in New Jersey and Texas and elsewhere to compete with our foreign counterparts for that gas. And obviously, we want to help our allies in need after the Russian invasion, but I think that there needs to be a balanced assessment because when there are physical shortages in New England and extremely high prices on the West Coast, it's clear that the level of export is creating detrimental impacts for energy affordability at a time when families are already stretched thin with high energy prices.
Well, thank you. Now, I wanted to enter into the record, if I'd ask unanimous consent, to enter into the record a CNBC article from last June detailing the decrease in U.S. natural gas prices after the explosion at a Freeport LNG terminal. If I could ask unanimous consent, Mr. Chairman.
Without objection, so ordered.
Thank you. So my understanding is that, because that Freeport terminal export was closed, that we had more natural gas here and prices went down. Accurate?
That is 100% correct. So on June 8th, 2022, there was a massive explosion at the Freeport LNG facility, which alone accounts for 20% of all of U.S. LNG exports. So it's a very large facility. And the futures market immediately reacted to the fact that that 20% export capacity was going to be offline for some time by sending domestic prices significantly lower, a recognition of the direct impact that exports have on domestic pricing.
All right, let me just focus on Mr. Johnson's bill, Mr. Slocum, then I have to get to Mr. Garcia. Can you talk about how removing the requirement for DOE to find that LNG exports are in the public interest would worsen the problem of expensive natural gas?
Correct. Right now, under the standard established in 1938, Congress dictated that no exports are allowed to occur unless they are found to be consistent with the public interest. And right now, the Department of Energy performs that test. We banded together with a number of other organizations in October, noting some methodology flaws in the way that the Department of Energy currently does that. But the statutory requirement is very important to ensure that exports are consistent with the public interest. And I think removing that public interest standard would not be advisable.
All right, let me go to Mr. Garcia about methane. Consumers are also paying for market failures that make it cheaper for the industry to waste methane than to install or upgrade equipment to prevent leaks. And this leaked or intentionally wasted gas never makes it to consumers, but they're nevertheless stuck with the bill. So that's why we enacted the methane emission reduction program to ensure consumers stop paying for wasted energy or the harm its emissions cause. Cleaning up legacy damage and preventing future pollution from the oil and gas industry were also reasons for the program. So, Mr. Garcia, we've got less than a minute. Could you speak to how frontline communities would benefit from holding the oil and gas industry accountable for its methane pollution?
I mean, throughout we see whether it be oil and gas production or petrochemical facilities across the country do some of the worst damage to communities across the country, and we can almost pinpoint the communities: the Ironbound community out in New Jersey, the Cancer Alley between Baton Rouge and Louisiana, and New Orleans in Louisiana. All you have to do is really go and I really encourage everybody in this committee, go and take what they call the toxic tour of these communities to truly understand what they are dealing with, left and right, day in and day out. And people say, well, it's their choice to live there. They were there before. They were there before. And industry has come in and they have utterly ravaged the health of these communities throughout. And they'll tell you about the cancer clusters. They will tell you about all of the concerns that they have about the respiratory health, cardiac health. And I honestly can't do it justice here. But it's imperative that the protections that we have stay in the books. And what really needs to be the focus of this Congress is how do we strengthen protections so that not only are we addressing the energy needs, which we've heard a lot about here today, and what we haven't heard many things, in fact, anything about, are the health protections that need to be in place for communities to actually thrive in the face of oil and gas, mining, and other dirty industries.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Gentleman yields back. The chair now recognizes the gentleman from Texas, Dr. Burgess, for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Deputy Secretary Menendez, let me just ask you a question if I could. The statement was made that natural gas prices fell in June after the unfortunate accident at the Freeport facility. Do you know what has happened since then as far as the futures on natural gas?
Well, I think today, you know, they're back at their normal historic lows since the shale revolution. So that's been the constant thing. There was indeed a blip of the prices, as mentioned, but you have to look at the long-term view. And so DOE has done like 5 studies using EIA and other experts in the field to look at if, in fact, all of the facilities that are pending there were actually permitted and built and exported. The studies have all been, the projections have been clear, modest increases in prices, and this is going out to 2040.
Yeah, according to Bloomberg, price did drop in late June and early July. It then immediately came back up for the balance of the summer, dropped again a little bit in September when perhaps energy demands, air conditioning, and electricity demands fell off, and currently stands at $2.50 per million BTU, I mean, which is in line with its historical precedent. So, but there's probably another reason why they're paying higher prices in Boston. Can you help us with that?
So on the price of natural gas, there are several reasons for that. It should not surprise anyone that due to limited capacity on the West Coast and the East Coast, that those prices are going to be high. Those areas of the country have taken the position to restrict natural gas going in there, so their constituents should be prepared to pay higher prices. On pricing with respect to electricity, that's something actually different. So the pricing there is done, you know, at different points within the bid-based markets. And so those are, it's locational marginal pricing, and it really depends on the price of natural gas really to set the electricity. But to be sure, when you restrict access to natural gas and our economy is growing on the use of natural gas, you will have higher electricity prices at the points where you can't get natural gas, and more of our generation is replacing coal and ramping renewables. So it's a good thing that it's growing, but you got to be careful about how you characterize pricing. And with respect to the jump in LNG going down, remember that was the prices went up for the unanticipated Putin invasion of Ukraine. That's what set the prices up. So when it came down because of the Freeport accident, it could only come down, to be frank about it, because the Putin invasion caused the global prices to go so high.
So what's the principal source for natural gas in Boston?
I don't know if there's a principal source. I do know that New England has, you know, the ability to import natural gas, you know, from Yamal and other places. Our Jones Act restricts, you know, our ability to get natural gas from the Gulf of Mexico up to New England. So
let me just ask Mr. Eshelman, are those your independent producers that are selling in Boston?
No, we're not up in Boston. I was going to say probably the biggest source of methane in New England is dairy farms.
Is what?
Dairy farms.
Well, look, and Mr. Secretary Menendez, I appreciate your thoughts on this and the restriction of natural gas. I mean, one of the bills we have under discussion is to help get product that's stranded in the Permian Basin and get it into the stream of commerce. So I appreciate your comments on that.
Just on a point on that, so I mean, the president was taking the credit for increasing exports so they could get to Europe. You know where the exports were coming from? The exports were coming from the Permian Basin in Texas to the export facilities there with beyond federal overreach. That is the source. The president didn't make that point when he was taking credit for increasing production to help our European.
Well, maybe you could help him with that line in the State of the Union tonight. He likes to take credit for stuff. But look, I really appreciate your efforts on helping us with the bill to get the siting and the permitting for natural gas pipelines. Yes, I get the concern that you don't, in the production of natural gas, you don't want flaring and venting. The problem with stranded gas in the Permian Basin is you can't get it, sometimes you can't get it to market. So this is an effort to do that, and I appreciate you pointing out how we're helping the president in the process. So thank you all for being here today, and I appreciate the lively discussion, and I'll yield back, Mr. Chairman.
The gentleman yields back. The chair now recognizes the gentlelady, Ms.
Drill, baby, drill is what big oil and big gas wants right now, and it seems as if from the list of bills that are being considered today, that's what my Republican colleagues want as well. It's really a wish list, I think, and a laundry list of policies on the big oil agenda. So, Mr. Slocum, I want to ask you, consumers have been on a natural gas roller coaster with prices reaching their highest level since 2008. Do the bills that we have that we're considering today do anything to combat the high gas prices that consumers have suffered for this last year?
I'm unable to find any consumer protections in these proposed bills. In fact, I think that the expansion of exports would likely hurt consumers. What is striking to me is the lack of any energy efficiency or demand reduction initiatives in this legislation. It's not always about supply, it's also about demand, and how do we get more tools in the hands of consumers to help them avoid these high costs, more incentives, more funding for building efficiency, for building electrification, if municipalities and states want to go that direction, weatherization. All of these types of tools can empower consumers to avoid their exposure to increasingly volatilely priced fossil fuels for energy.
So I want to ask you this. In that case, what can tell us what we can do to encourage the utility companies to transition away from fossil fuels, while at the same time, of course, lower home energy costs and promote energy efficiency.
I think
we want to hear your ideas of what we can do going forward.
Well, I think Congress already has directed a lot of financial incentives through the Inflation Reduction Act to try to spur the deployment of a number of different clean energy and energy efficiency technologies. And I think anything else that Congress can do to assist states with ensuring that utilities are making those investments in energy efficiency. There are a number of states that have recognized that prodding their utilities to invest more in their consumers to increase energy efficiency is the best path forward. And so providing more regulatory incentives and financial incentives for utilities, for building owners, for landlords, and for homeowners to deploy and adopt energy efficiency technologies and clean energy technologies, that's only going to help reduce customers' bills and their exposure to volatilely priced fossil fuel energy.
Can you give us some examples of things that are happening around the country that are delivering that kind of good outcome?
Sure. So I live in Maryland, which has very proactive, it's called Empower Maryland, where the Public Service Commission, backed by the legislature, requires utilities to invest not necessarily in building new power plants to meet demand, but investing in consumers to help obtain energy efficiency initiatives. So, I live in a house built in 1900 that needed a whole lot of weatherization renovation, and that was helped in part because of incentives through the utility. And so I think looking at energy providers not as just providing energy, but assisting customers in avoiding energy use through improvements in energy efficiency has to be a central component. And all investments in energy efficiency are typically far more cost effective, meaning the bang for your buck for investing in energy efficiency is always better than building new energy resources.
I thank you so much for your comments, and I yield back.
The gentlelady yields back. The chair now recognizes the gentleman from Ohio, Mr. Latta, for 5 minutes.
Well, thanks, Mr. Chairman, and thanks for our witnesses for being here today. Really appreciate it. You know, one key area that's holding the United States back from reaching its full potential for energy production is refining capacity. Last year, the Energy Information Administration estimated that North America lost over 1 million barrels of fuel per day in refining capacity in a 3-year period. Where refining capacity has decreased, demand for energy has gone in the opposite direction. Our remaining refineries are struggling to keep up with this demand and are running at close to 95% of total capacity. And economists will tell you that the situation resulting in higher prices for the consumer. In my legislation, the Researching Efficient Federal Improvements for Necessary Energy Refining or Refiner Act will address this. If I could start with you, Secretary Menzies, how important is it for the federal government to drive the conversation towards increasing refining capacity in this country?
We do need a robust refining capacity here, simply so we don't have to import from any other country and we can provide our consumers with what we need. But the fact is that there hasn't been a new major refinery built, greenfield, since 1977. We've built some small refineries, but we have been closing
Sorry, would you
more of
repeat
them.
that again? What was the date again for our major refinery?
1977, the last major greenfield oil production. I believe it was the Marathon refinery. Now, there have been some small refineries that have been built, typically on brownfield sites, but our industry has been ratcheting out the inefficiencies back from the 70s. And so we have been closing, we've been doing with what we can, but the permitting process essentially is too difficult to overcome. I believe we have North Dakota plant and a Utah plant that I think, have basically stalled out because of lack of permits. So we're making improvements with what we have had for many years, and that it operates at the 95% efficiency that you say does not leave much wiggle room for when the president wants us to increase refining, for example. We simply, don't have the facilities, or it'd be too costly for us to suddenly begin to take them out of mothball and to try to get them going again. So that's why we should look at this comprehensively to see what we can do to help, get a robust, clean, environmentally compliant refinery business.
And just follow up, what's the benefit going to be to the consumer? What's the benefit to the consumer?
Well, you'd have a ready supply of refined products.
Thank you very much. We've talked a little bit earlier today in regards to having a strong nuclear fuel security program, and I totally support it. And I also fully support our chair's legislation that would ban the importation of Russian uranium. And Mr. Chairman, I ask unanimous consent to place into the record 2 letters of support in favor of this bill, one from the Uranium Producers of America and the other from the organization ClearPath.
Without objection, so ordered.
Thank you very much. Ms. Sweeney, if I could switch gears real quickly and talk about your testimony, because interesting enough, just by chance, everybody saw the second page of the Wall Street Journal today. It's all about what? It's all about and what we're going to do about EVs and our batteries in this country. And it's a very interesting article, and I thought right apropos for where we are today. But in your this testimony that you presented today, you have that the lithium demand is going to increase by more than 40 times by 2040, followed by graphite, cobalt, and nickel at 20 to 25% in that time frame. Our automakers are warning that the coming battery shortage could stop the EV revolution in its tracks. And also in your testimony, you state that with over $6 trillion worth of mineral resources that we have right here in this country, it's right in our own backyard. But it goes right to a question then is on the permitting and the delays out there, because also in your testimony, you have your chart that shows that, we could be looking at anywhere from 7 to 10 years to get a production site up. And I've been to the only lithium facility that we have in this country out in Nevada. But you also state that unexpected permitting delays could reduce that mining project's value by more than a third. But do you also, when you think about all of these things, what are we going to do in this country, especially when we look to our friends to the north in Canada, that their permitting is taking 2 to 3 years, and here in this country it's taking 7 to 10. What can we do?
They have some efficiencies in Canada and Australia, which have very similar NEPA regulations and statute in place that do allow the permitting process to move a little bit faster. One of those is actually allowing the project proponent to prepare the environmental impact statement. The government then does a thorough review and make sure that, that meets all the standards, and they allow the opportunity for the public to comment on the NEPA project or the analysis, just like we do here. But the project proponent has the best information. They're on the ground right there. They know what's happening on the ground. They've got the data in front of them, and they have the incentive to move more quickly, and they're only focusing on one project at a time. When the government has to do it, they're looking at a lot of different projects, and it's just a matter of getting the resources to the project. That's part of the delays. Another process that works better.
I'm afraid my time has expired, but I would ask if you could put that in writing, and I'll address that to you then. Well, thank you very much, Mr. Chairman.
Thank the gentleman for yielding. The chair now recognizes the gentlelady from California, Ms. Matsui, for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and thank you for the witnesses for being here today. Recent research from the Energy Innovation shows it is now cheaper to replace almost every coal plant in this country with new renewable generation rather than pay to keep those old coal plants running. In my community, our utility, the Sacramento Municipal Utility District, affectionately called SMUD, is on track to be zero carbon by 2030. At the same time, our electricity rates are among the cheapest of any competitors. Mr. Slocum, fast forward to 2030. Based on current modeling, will the clean energy transition save consumers money?
Yes.
Okay. Again, Mr. Slocum, given the expected cost of climate change, will the clean energy transition save our government money?
Yes.
Okay. I want to follow up on what you said about what utilities can do. Our utility is doing all those kinds of things and making sure that their customers have good investments so that we can transition. As I mentioned, our municipal utility in Sacramento is on track to be zero carbon by 2030, 5 years ahead of the President's goal for decarbonizing the U.S. power sector. The clean energy transition is achievable, it is cost-effective, and the potential benefits are enormous. Mr. Garcia, if every utility in this country were zero carbon by 2030, what kind of benefits would we see among the low-income and minority communities living adjacent to fossil fuel facilities?
Well, it's going to be a huge impact, and that's why the investments coming out of the IRA are so important, because we're basically reducing the process that's poisoning the communities across the country, right? And so the less they have to rely on those dirty fuels, the less poisoned air they have to breathe.
And for those focused on economic impacts, above all else, what are the potential economic benefits of improved health in those frontline communities?
Well, throughout all of the economic impacts, they would be quite substantial. One, because you can think about in very concrete terms, how much does an inhaler cost for a child per se, and that's a saving. The trips to the emergency room, the hospital bills. On top of that, it also makes electricity way easier for them to get and not as expensive as it used to be.
Okay. Nature-based solutions are among the most cost-effective and underappreciated tools in our toolbox when it comes to mitigating and adapting to climate change. And I'm very concerned to see a number of bills here today that will roll back important environmental protections and threaten fragile ecosystems. Mr. Garcia, what would be the cumulative impact of those bills on our ecosystems, natural lands, and biodiversity across America?
It would be extremely destructive. Not only because of one is the climate emissions that they bring about, and all of the way that they're going to make the storms, the droughts, all of that is going to get worse. But in addition to that, a lot of these projects are happening without any regard to nature. And I think that oftentimes we talk about nature as is some distant place where we don't actually go, but we have to recognize that air knows no borders. It travels all across our states, and so does water. And so when we are polluting the water, when we're polluting the air, when the wildlife can't adapt quick enough, when we're throwing away grasslands that would protect our communities, say, from hurricanes or bigger storms that way, we're all going to end up suffering. And unfortunately, communities of color and low income are at the front lines of that suffering.
Certainly, they're the most exposed, especially to nature's wrath, and most dependent on the resources provided by the natural ecosystems. How could we work better with low-income, minority, and frontline communities to protect these ecosystems and improve the potential of these ecosystems to help mitigate and adapt to climate change? Many of these are in low-income neighborhoods, and it's very difficult to figure out how to work with them.
Absolutely. And, you know, the way that we work with them is by following the guideposts that laws like NEPA set in place. Because NEPA is really about engaging the public, engaging frontline communities. And so making sure that it's not industry's alternative that gets put front and center all the time. Making sure that communities on the ground are actually being able to say, that's actually a conflict of interest. Making sure that communities on the ground are able to say, that's actually going to affect my water, so you shouldn't do that. And frankly, all of those protections that, again, many people here keep calling obstacles and red tape, are those guideposts in order to engage those communities in a way that's going to be helpful to them and helpful to the project sponsor themselves to
Okay.
create better projects.
Well, thank you very much, Mr. Garcia, and thank you for the witnesses for being here today. Thank you.
The gentlelady yields back. The chair now recognizes the gentleman from Kentucky, Mr. Guthrie.
Thank
for
you,
5 minutes.
Mr. Chair. I appreciate the recognition, and there is a cost. First, I'll bring up Paradise, Kentucky, and Muhlenberg County. It is TVA shut down its coal-fired power plant. It devastated that community. It devastated the people that live in that community, but it also devastated everybody in the TVA power area. December 23rd, 24th, cold day. It was unusually cold, but TVA wasn't prepared for it. They'll give you about 10 different reasons because their board wants them to get out of fossil fuels, but I will tell you, people are suffered because of. We had rolling blackouts, which is hard to believe in America during this time and this day. The rising costs of gas, the rising costs of energy affects people at the low income level at the most. I hate paying when we were paying almost $5 a gallon worth of gas. I hate paying it, but I know people that had to change their lifestyle because they couldn't afford to pay it. And so this is serious stuff. I mean, we don't need technology deniers. We need to understand that we have to have a system where people have access to affordable, reliable, and sustainable energy. And for instance, you know, Germany tried it. We export coal. The price of coal has increased because the German economy decided they cannot continue down the path they were on. If we didn't export coal, then we wouldn't have the increased price of coal. Therefore, they wouldn't have opened mines. And so now it's brought more coal into production because of the decisions that's happening in Europe. You know, thank goodness Germany has had a mild winter. You know, I was praying for a mild winter for Germany because of some of the decisions they made. You're talking about people affected. People could have died from the cold weather if it had moved forward. So it's important that we're part of this global economy. For instance, I was in, I think Mr. Kowski's left, I was in her neighborhood dropping my daughter off for college when I heard that Iran had bombed a Saudi Arabian oil production facility, and being a child of the 70s, my first thought is I better top my car off because I can get home on 1 tank of gas if it's all the way to the full, expecting disruptions in the gas supply. But because of energy independence, we didn't have any. And I think it went up maybe a dime for half a day or so. So the point is, we've got to do all the, and I grew up, I went to college on the Hudson River, about 45 miles from New York City. You couldn't swim in it when I was there. We don't want that. Absolutely don't want that. Now, fortunately, it's rejuvenated itself. We put in protections in place, and so we need communities that are safe. We need communities that people can live in and enjoy the beauty of the Hudson Valley, which they can now because of laws that Congress put into place, the efforts that people move forward. So we're not selling that, but we want people to have access to affordable, reliable, and sustainable energy. And one way to do it, I want to talk Mr. Menzies and Mr. Elshman on, I have a bill in this or a resolution with that says we don't want export bans on petroleum and natural gas. And the reason is that it actually produces lower prices for everybody. When producers can engage in the world marketplace, it allows expansion of supply. So that's why, even though there's expansion of demand, it allows expansion of supply at the price that's sustainable. You may get some short-term lower prices, but not in the long term. Also, do we want our friends and our neighbors and our allies to be dependent on dictators? If you're dependent on dictators, you're vulnerable to them. So when we choose to say we're going to keep it all here, we're going to say our European friends, you're going to have to buy from Putin, you're going to have to buy from Iran, you're going to have to buy from Venezuela. And so if the two of you would kind of talk to why it doesn't make sense to ban exports of petroleum, natural gas, Mr. Elsherman and Mr. Menzies.
Well, Congressman, there are a few reasons. One is if we continue to produce oil here at home, those are jobs that remain. If we would stop exporting the oil, those jobs would disappear. So it actually helps when we're producing more here at home and exporting to keep those wells pumping. The other thing I mentioned before is the trade deficit. It's come down tremendously because of the export of oil and natural gas to other countries. About 68% of our LNG exports go to Europe, so it helps our allies. And it helps our own national security. It makes sure that we are on the world stage being a player. And so those are the big themes that I would hit.
And I look at it really from a separation of powers viewpoint, because having worked for Congress for many years, and I got accustomed to the fact that unless Congress says it, others can't do it, and we set the law of the land. And then you go over to the executive branch, and the first question you ask is, well, if Congress doesn't prohibit me from doing something, then I have all the authority I need to do something. And it becomes relevant when emergencies occur, and the president wants to take action to solve a problem. What emergency authorities, do I have? What can I do? What do I have in the Constitution? What has Congress said I can and can't do? And with respect to bans of oil, Congress has set a process in place. The president can actually take decisions to limit exports, but he has to do it following a process that Congress clearly put in the bill when they decided to lift the export ban. So he can't simply unilaterally declare an emergency and take such action, and this is what you do. You make him follow the law that Congress enacted. So that's my view of this and why I think it's important for Congress to express the clear intention to the executive branch to read the law and follow the law.
Gentleman yields back. The chair now recognizes the gentleman from Maryland, Mr. Sarbanes, for 5 minutes.
Thanks very much, Mr. Chairman. Thank you all for your testimony today. As we know, we're considering several bills that would, according to our colleagues on the other side of the aisle, unleash American energy. But no surprise, a lot of these bills that are on the docket here are more of the same. They're really unleashing more profit-making by the big oil companies and doing that at the expense of the American people, in my view. And it's beyond me why our colleagues with these pieces of legislation would seek to erode what are bedrock environmental laws for the sake of unleashing American energy, as if we need to choose between health and safety of communities on the one hand and promoting energy on the other hand. One of the bills, we've talked about it, but I want to come back to it, that we're considering today would create this new regulatory pathway for, quote, critical energy sources under TSCA. And it would circumvent what were bipartisan reforms that Congress passed in 2016. It would require EPA to consider non-risk factors when determining the risks associated with a substance, which is very backwards thinking, you would think in this day and age. Congress deliberately and explicitly prohibited EPA from considering such factors when determining whether a chemical presents unreasonable risk. These factors are, however, considered in the risk management stage. The bill would also provide a pathway for a, again, critical energy source, to enter the market without regulation if EPA does not act in the review period, thereby potentially exposing communities and workers to toxic chemicals. Mr. Chairman, without objection, I'd like to enter into the record a letter that we received from the Natural Resources Defense Council and 9 other environmental groups opposing this particular legislation.
Without objection, so ordered.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Garcia, getting back to the broader frame here, and you've spoken to it, but I'd like you to do it again if you would. Is it necessary to roll these environmental protections back in order to secure our nation's energy independence? I mean, do we need to make this choice between our environmental laws and energy, or can we do both?
Absolutely not. We don't have to choose. We can absolutely do both. We have the technology. And in fact, some of the legislation presented today would actually curtail that technology, which is sad to see.
Arguably, if you look historically, when we've leaned in with more of an enlightened perspective on what we need to do with the environment, not only has that not compromised our economy, it ends up driving new economies that benefit. The pie grows from that. And I think the same can happen here, and if we go in the other direction, as is being suggested by these bills, we could undermine that kind of opportunity. So I definitely agree with you, and it's one of the reasons that we passed in the last Congress the Inflation Reduction Act, which would put our nation on track to reduce greenhouse gas emissions, accelerate the development of reliable and clean energy. Unfortunately, again, our colleagues here seem unwilling to commit to a more sustainable future, as evidenced by their eagerness to get in there and start repealing all these things. Again, many of them that came to pass and are on the books because of a bipartisan consensus and understanding that this is the right thing to do for our environment and for our economy and for our energy future. So, Mr. Garcia, let me ask you one last thing while I have the time. What would erosion of our environmental laws mean for particularly disadvantaged and underserved communities, which, as you know, are already overburdened? If you could speak to that.
Yeah, absolutely. I don't know if I caught that right, but when Mr. Minces mentioned, we're not creating refineries and the old refineries that we had are going out. I'm not sure if I caught that right, but I heard there were brownfield sites now. Now, think about that. Brownfield sites, which are hugely contaminated sites, they have not been cleaned up, they were contaminated by industry, are in that place now. And we want more of these things throughout the country, right? That's what's compromising communities everywhere. And so, unfortunately, and I have to say this very explicitly, these facilities are not in upper-class white portions of cities. These facilities exist primarily in neighborhoods of color, where people of low income live. And so that means that they are the ones absorbing this pollution first and foremost. And even though our laws are not perfect, they offer protection. But now to weaken them further with these loopholes left and right, whether it's the Clean Air Act, cleanup laws, and planning laws, permitting laws that would avoid us having to clean up because we're planning correctly, that seems like it would multiply the damage.
I yield back, Mr. Chairman.
Gentleman yields back. The chair now recognizes the gentleman from Virginia, Mr. Griffith, for 5 minutes.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. I'm so glad to have another Virginian here today, my old friend. I hope that doesn't hurt your reputation any. Well, I know we've known each other at least 20 years, probably more than that, Bernie McNamee. Mr. McNamee, it's good to have you with us as an energy expert and somebody who teaches law at the Appalachian School of Law in Grundy, Virginia, in Buchanan County. Now, I mention that because I recently had an interesting tour, which is right on your way as you drive there. As you get to that turn where 460 and 19 separate and you turn west, heading towards Grundy in Russell County, or excuse me, in Tazewell County, headed towards Richlands, just off on your left behind the Food City is a console office. And they're doing some fascinating new work. They've got a new technique to more efficiently and cleanly capture coal bed methane, and they're using it right now at Buchanan number 1. As you know, Buchanan number 1 is a huge underground mine for metallurgical coal. That means we make steel out of it, for those who don't know. The footprint underground right now is about the size of Washington, D.C., and they're getting ready to open up a new section in the next couple of years. And so they're capturing in a very clean and efficient manner the coal bed methane out of that mine. But what people may not realize is they also can use this technique to capture this from existing mines or mines or areas that have coal that may not have ever been mined, but because they may be close to the surface or whatever, they have escaping methane gas. We can use it on that too, but they don't get any credit for having a clean, efficient way because it's the dreaded fossil fuel. It's natural gas. Oh my gosh, egads, it must be bad. But here's a way that American technology is helping us. Do you think that's a good way that we should go, and that if we're going to do something with credits, that we ought to be looking at things that make it so that smaller steps forward can be made with existing fuel sources and baseload like natural gas, et cetera? Let me turn your mic on.
Congressman Griffith, it's great to be back in front of you once again. And I think you're correct, is that the innovation, the American people have been the ones that have solved most of our energy crises and energy challenges. You think about the fracking revolution with George Mitchell in Texas, the innovation that Consol's doing. These resources, and what's neat about natural gas, what's great about the methane that's being produced is that it is something that can be dispatched and used to keep the grid growing. And these are very important things that we need to be focused on as a country. It's great to talk about, we think we can go 100% renewables, but the reality is with technology we have today, we have to have dispatchable energy, and that's going to come from natural gas, from the methane that's captured at the coal seam. And these are things that we should not look negatively about. They have made our economy, people's lives, and the quality of life for all American people much better, and it's something we should embrace.
Yeah, I appreciate that. Mr. Menzies, you agree that we probably ought to be using this technology and rewarding it instead of excluding it from being able to receive money from, the greenhouse gas reduction program because it's a fossil fuel. I don't think they're eligible.
To be sure, I mean, there are a lot of technologies that we can be deploying right now to help reduce emissions. Remember, our quest here is not to choose one type of energy over another. Our quest here to solve the climate problem is to reduce emissions.
Yeah, and I
so
appreciate
anything
that.
we can do to reduce emissions, it doesn't make any difference whether you're using coal or fossil. You have technologies to deploy, and the IRA actually encourages it in some ways to do that. So it's reducing emissions, not saying something should be anti-fossil or or renewables. That's the false narrative. It's reducing emissions.
And I appreciate that. Back to you, Mr. McNamee. It's interesting that Buchanan #1 mine, it's expanding. A lot of times people want to talk about, we're going to have new sectors and we're going to hire all these people in the renewables area, and while the CEOs may make good money, the frontline people don't make nearly what the miners in Buck 1 make. The new section they estimate is going to be about an average of $103,000 a year for people with sometimes not even a high school education. They're able to get in there and they're able to learn a trade and go forward, and that's very exciting. Also, as a former FERC representative, I'd like to see us move forward on our pipeline reforms, including possibly even having co-location, but my time is out, so we'll have to talk about that privately another time.
Be happy to.
I appreciate it. Always good to see you. Thank you for being here today and for spending your time with us. I yield back, Mr. Chairman.
Gentlemen, time's expired. We'll now go to Mr. Cardenas for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, also Ranking Member for holding this committee today. As members of Congress, we have been entrusted with the duty to protect and improve constituents' quality of life, their health, and overall well-being. And as members of this committee, we have a unique opportunity to examine and put forth real solutions that advance our nation's energy independence while ensuring a healthier future for our children and grandchildren. Today, we have convened to discuss 17 bills, all of which are partisan, none of which Energy and Commerce Committee Democrats were consulted about. Welcome to the Republican rodeo, ladies and gentlemen, and this ain't my first rodeo. I've been in the minority in the House of Representatives once before, and here we go again. The bills being discussed today are an attack on the environmental and public interest laws that are most essential to ensuring that our constituents can breathe clean air and drink clean water. These bills will not serve the American people. They are intended to serve fossil fuel companies who continue to see record-shattering profits while everyday Americans pay higher prices at home. Today's hearing is indicative of my Republican colleagues' misplaced priorities and their willingness to sacrifice the health, the safety of the American people, starting with frontline communities like the one that I represent. My district and too many communities across our nation know all too well the challenges of environmental injustices. In 2020, my district was impacted by a methane gas leak, a leak we later found out had been occurring for over 3 years before the actual community found out that it was going on right in their midst. In my district, residents already breathe some of California's most polluted air, and a chemical disaster can be a death sentence to vulnerable communities like the one that I represent. There are far too many communities across the country that were sent here to help protect and to make sure that their quality of life is secured, but yet with some of these bills, they're really focused mostly on what industry prefers rather than what the American people truly do deserve. My first question is for Mr. Garcia. Can you elaborate on the implications of proposals that hinder efforts from the EPA's risk management program and what would happen if they became law?
Absolutely. So EPA's risk management program essentially calls on refineries to be able to present safer alternatives or to try to study safer alternatives to their methods of production. And so it's a huge problem because the bill that we're seeing today would essentially exempt, again, a loophole from the Clean Air Act to refineries using hydrofluoric acid, which is incredibly dangerous for communities that live near the refineries and that really depend on the air around the refineries themselves. And so this is something that is very much common sense. In fact, much of the industry is already doing it. The fact that we're talking about a bill that would eliminate this is sort of puzzling because large refineries are doing it. And again, it's common sense. It's the idea that you should study to see if there are safer and effective ways to go about the business that you've already been doing for quite some time.
Thank you. And what would accountability look like for communities facing chemical disasters, particularly those that are low-income communities across the country?
Well, you know, on the foremost, we have to make sure that we've seen disasters before. I mean, a couple of years ago, the plant in Philadelphia exploded and was a national disaster because of this same kind of lax enforcement of laws. So what we really need to focus on is making sure that it doesn't repeat itself. And particularly for communities of color and low income and those that live near those refineries, we need to make sure that the planning is done right and that it's reoccurring. We can't just pretend that a facility that is there and that's exempted from the Clean Air Act is certainly going to be responsible enough to do its job. It has to be held in check, and that's why those laws exist.
One of the reasons why I ran for office many years ago was to make sure that I'm a voice for the community that I grew up in. And I grew up in one of the most impacted communities in all of Los Angeles or Southern California, with more dump sites and plants around my home than most people would ever want to have to deal with. In your testimony, you explained that under the bill that amends the Solid Waste Disposal Act, facilities could operate before securing a permit?
That's right. That's right. It essentially allows industry to roll out the red carpet, march in, do everything that it wants to do before we even know whether the practice is going to be safe, whether the appropriate precautions are being taken, whether the community alternatives, those projects that the community is actually bringing forward to accomplish the same goal are being considered. All of that gets done through those laws, and somehow it's not going to matter. And then it's like this, right? And then once it's operational, we get the excuse that, well, it's already there, so we can't draw it back. So it's like pouring like food coloring in a cup of water.
Thank you.
Good luck getting that out.
Mr. Chairman, I just want to note that I think the clock was backwards on my...
It was.
So did it actually start at...
Yeah, you got 5 minutes and 44 seconds as of right now.
But I noticed that it was going up rather than going down then.
That's correct.
Okay, thank you.
They didn't reset it, but you weren't
Okay.
short it on time.
Thank you
and
so much.
We apologize. They're going to make sure
No,
they
no
reset it. And I'll go to the Crossroads of America. The gentleman from Indiana, Dr. Bichon.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Today I'm speaking in support of the Securing America's Critical Minerals Act, a bill that our former colleague, Mr. Upton, introduced last Congress, and I'm reintroducing this Congress. And I am looking for Democrat co-sponsors if anyone's interested. I do find it fascinating that some of the same groups that support total conversion to electric vehicles are also the same groups that are working to block the mining of minerals such as cobalt and lithium that are required for the batteries, to block it here in the United States. Just to mention, that China is a major supplier of the lithium. And as far as the cobalt goes, I don't know if anybody's seen the video of the mines in Africa, but essentially slave labor in Africa to get the cobalt. And I would encourage everybody to look at the YouTube videos of those mines with little children digging through the dirt trying to find cobalt. So over the last few years, we've discussed in these subcommittees the importance of critical minerals and other energy resources necessary to providing for our energy needs, as well as the potential vulnerabilities that exist in the supply chain and domestic production and capacity limitations. This bill would ensure that the Secretary of Energy is engaged productively in addressing the issue. It would require the Secretary to conduct an assessment of our nation's energy supply, identify resources that are critical to our economy and vulnerabilities in the supply chains of critical energy resources, and determine the extent to which critical energy resources play a role in developing new energy technologies. The bill defines critical energy resources as those that are, quote, essential to the energy sector and energy systems of the United States and the supply chain of which is vulnerable to disruption. The bill would also direct the Secretary of Energy to diversify energy sourcing and increase domestic production, refining, and processing of these resources. As a supporter of an all-the-above energy approach, I appreciate our need for a diverse energy portfolio. We must take steps to ensure we safeguard our supply chains as well as prevent our adversaries from weaponizing potential vulnerabilities in these supply chains, and critical minerals is a large part of our vulnerability. I can't get that out today for some reason. As a country, we need more production here. So, Ms. Sweeney, how potentially could securing America's Critical Mineral Supply Act help our country and the energy sector reduce this reliance on China and other foreign sources of these critical mineral needs?
Thank you so much for the question, and that is a really important question. I think that one area that the act really is important is having the Energy Information Agency actually look at that connection between minerals and energy. As I said in my testimony here earlier, there isn't any form of energy that doesn't rely on minerals as the base of that energy. So it is very important to focus on where these come from, where we're getting them, and in particular, you mentioned the processing and smelting and refining. That is an area where we need to focus attention as well. It's not just the mines themselves, but the processing also needs to take place here in the U.S.
Mr. Menzies, do you have any comments on that?
Well, I think the bill is especially important because there are other agencies that also would like to get resources to look at critical minerals. And it's important to have the Department of Energy in its organizational act have the statutory authority to be the experts throughout the interagency process. Those agencies compete for Congress dollars. And so when you can point to legislation that says we need this to do our jobs, it's important, really, and we hope that this would be a strong bipartisan bill, to declare Department of Energy. Department of Energy has those national laboratories. I mean, they are better equipped than any other agency, but at the end of the day, it's resources. And so this act is really important for that. Put that expertise at the department. It will protect this committee's interest throughout that interagency process that can get pretty tough.
Thank you. I do also want to emphasize what my colleague, Mr. Guthrie, mentioned. We now have an example of what happens when you take an energy approach that this administration appears to be taking, and that's Europe, and that's countries like Germany. They're now building coal-fired power plants, importing coal from in the United States also, and it's probably going to set their clean energy agenda back decades by getting too far ahead of themselves and trying to restrict certain forms of energy rather than taking an all-the-above approach and advancing innovation and technology in every area of energy production. I yield.
I thank the gentleman. Now we'll go to California. Mr. Peters for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Last week, I encouraged Republicans and Democrats on this committee to engage in a constructive bipartisan process to enact sensible permitting reforms and deliver energy security and environmental protection for the American people. I spoke about the need to reduce excessive process requirements necessary to build clean energy projects and reform environmental laws from the 1970s to meet the challenges of today. I talked about the dismal state of our electric grid and how we must build 200,000 miles of new transmission lines by the 2030s to keep the lights on, lower costs for Americans, and build clean energy projects like solar, wind, hydropower, and nuclear. And my Republican colleagues have said publicly they're committed to advancing permitting reform and that they're focused on an all-of-the-above energy agenda to secure our energy future. And that's why I'm a little bit disappointed about the hearing today. We're discussing 17 bills, and almost all of them are focused on solely natural gas and oil. And doubling down on oil and gas will lead to more price uncertainty and financial pain for Americans. Speaking of all of the above, the Energy Information Administration says that a very small amount of the planned projects on the ground today are going to be natural gas, and that 86% are zero-emission projects. That's what we're trying to build. But we don't really address that today. There's no focus today on key energy technologies like solar, wind, transmission, energy storage, advanced nuclear, hydropower, or hydrogen. And for a party that claims it doesn't want to pick winners and losers, Republicans are seeming to pick oil and gas every single time. So I'm not going to give up hope, but if we're going to pass permitting reform in this Congress, it has to be bipartisan. Today we're using our time to discuss partisan bills that really I don't think will be going anywhere. Relitigating a pipeline that was terminated more than 2 years ago by the company developing it, I think we could do better. I am a proud Democrat. I'm a former environmental attorney. I'm a climate hawk ready to have hard conversations about permitting reform. And we can compromise on NEPA, the Nuclear Regulatory Commission, hydropower relicensing, critical minerals, interstate electric transmission, and more. But I really want to get around that business. Let me ask a couple questions of the witnesses today, and thank you for being here. Mr. Menzies, you helped negotiate the Energy Policy Act of 2005, which included language intended to streamline the construction of electric transmission lines. Can you elaborate on why we need to build these lines faster and the importance of advancing bipartisan legislation to permit these projects faster?
Well, even today, as it was back then, I mean, there are probably more difficult things to build and cite interstate transmission line, but it's hard for me to come up with what they are. Really, it has opposition almost everywhere you turn, and although the goal of modernizing our grid to make it green, et cetera, and to embrace the energy transition, it is one of the most difficult things to overcome an interstate transmission line crossing states of low populations, et cetera. So I know Congress has been looking at this. There are ways to go about trying to do this. We tried it with backstop authority. 2 courts told us we didn't quite get it right. There's been some proposals over in the Senate to look at that. And so I think that this is something that certainly is within this committee's jurisdiction to take another look at.
I drafted the Power On Act, which was put in by the Senate into the infrastructure bill to provide backstop authority. That's certainly helpful. But when we have a project that takes 10 years and 7 of those years are permitting and processing, we will not be able to build the grid that we need to electrify this economy. And I think we're going to lose a lot of the benefit of the IRA if we don't. Mr. Slocum, methane is a super pollutant responsible for about 25% of human-made warming today. We hear claims that we produce the cleanest energy in the world. I'm not sure if you consider methane that's true, but isn't it essential that oil and gas producers significantly reduce methane leaks to be the cleanest in the world?
Yes.
The IRA included billions of dollars of new funding to help large and small oil and gas companies reduce their methane emissions. The EPA is finalizing a new rule to reduce those emissions from oil and gas operations
Will the oil and gas industry significantly reduce methane emissions in the absence of that regulation and strong funding?
I don't think so. I think you need to have that regulatory structure and in order for the industry to make those investments.
I agree. And on this, too, I would reiterate my willingness to work in a bipartisan way. One of the things I think we can offer to the small producers who are concerned about these costs is that the IRA provides funds to help those companies comply. I also don't pretend that oil and gas is going away tomorrow. It's going to be around for a while. While it's around, we need to make it cleaner, and I'm willing to work on that as well. Mr. Chairman, my time has expired. I yield back.
I thank the gentleman. Now we'll go to the Vice Chair of the Energy, Climate, and Grid Security Subcommittee, Mr. Curtis, for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I, like many of you, view PFAS as a four-letter word. And I think on this committee, it's been demonized frequently, and in some cases rightly so. But it might surprise all of us and my colleagues to know that a number of products needed for transformation in energy production require PFAS. As a matter of fact, semiconductors, green hydrogen membranes needed for electrolyzers, hydrogen used in fuel cells, and lithium batteries all require fluoropolymers, specialty plastics. Critical PFAS is used in EVs charging infrastructures, batteries, powertrains. I'll have a list here of 21 uses in the semiconductor industry of PFAS. So frequently when we quick rush to judgment and lump all of these together, it's probably a mistake. I have a bill, one of the 17 that's been discussed today, that would make sure that these chemicals are approved in a timely manner. There's nothing about this bill that asks the agency to approve anything that's not safe, that's not healthy, simply to do it in a timely manner. In short, chemicals are all around us and necessary for every industry, but especially to achieve decarbonization of our economy and the world. If we want a clean future, we need to approve chemicals more effectively and responsibly. My bill would help deploy clean energy technology more quickly and puts the following 3 conditions on there. Hard deadlines on EPA's ability to make a decision on the risk presented by the critical energy resource. I believe if we give them 180 days, it will take 280. If we give them 280, it'll take 380. They need to stick to the guidelines that we've given them. It prevents the EPA from telling an applicant to suspend their application unless EPA has reviewed the notice. Sounds reasonable, and make a determination. And it requires EPA to consider cost and other non-risk factors in determining if an unreasonable risk is present. We heard earlier from Mr. Garcia that that was akin to killing people, and I adamantly disagree with that. It does not say that they should make an unwise decision, simply that they should take that into consideration, and that seemed pretty melodramatic to me. Mr. Menzies, you have experience as a former Deputy Secretary of Energy. Can you speak to the importance of chemicals in the energy sector?
Well, they're critical. I learned 2 lessons when I visited the labs. To achieve breakthrough technologies, we need 2 things. 1, high-performing computing to do modeling and continue to do modeling, and it's the modeling that's important. And another thing is we need to create chemicals and products that do not exist today. They do not exist, and we need to do that. And to make that point, they actually gave me a new product that they had made. This was at Argonne, and this is cesium aluminate. Didn't exist before 2017. It's going to be a key product that's going to be used in our green energy future. And to even make the point, they used the same product to make me a 3D printed replica of our Capitol building. So this is what the future looks like. The problem is that these chemicals are bollocksed up at EPA. EPA reads risk as almost any risk is unreasonable, and so they can't seem to make decisions. And so all the companies are asking, particularly those driving toward the EV technologies, et cetera, is please tell us what the rules are, tell us what we need to do, and we need to do that. But China is going to maintain the dominance in the electric vehicle space, okay? They are beating us. We need to get our act together. Please, just tell us what we need to do.
Everybody is not going to believe that this wasn't a setup. You came prepared with your props for my question. So you and I didn't rehearse this.
We did not rehearse it. In fact, as I was reading the bill, it dawned on me of that.
This made a big impression on me. It was on my desk when I was preparing for this hearing. This was not set up.
So before we run out of time, my friends on the Democratic side often emphasize the importance of decarbonizing quickly, and I agree with them. But then they call bills like mine undermining environmental laws. Do you think it's possible to move in a reasonable speed and protect ourselves as well?
Of course, we are trying to figure out ways to get the laws that are on the books to actually produce results. Please do your job. Stop with the delays. The applicants go in and they are told, and the bureaucrats are aware of the 90-day rule, so they will get you to withdraw and resubmit because they can't meet the statutory deadline. So they're sort of trying to do their job, but we've reached the point where the backlog now is so significant that those that want to take advantage of the IRA provisions
If I'm
can't
going to
do it
run out of
because they
time,
can't get the
so I just
can't
want to
get
make
their
two quick
permits.
points. There's a lot of parallel here with permitting reform. Just tell us what the rules are, and then let us do it and make it timely and predictable. That's what people are asking for. And Mr. Chairman, regrettably, I am out of time. I yield the balance of my time.
I thank the gentleman. The chair will now go to a gentlelady from a energy producing area of the state of Texas, Ms. Fletcher, for 5 minutes.
Thank you so much, Mr. Chairman. Thanks for holding this hearing. Thanks to you, and of course, Ranking Member DeGette, as well as our chairman, chairwoman, and ranking member, and others. And I've listened to the testimony today and to the questions. I appreciate all of your time and being here. I think there's been a lot of really important information conveyed as well in your written testimony. And I am a little bit concerned about some of the things that I've heard this morning, specifically some of the bills that have been introduced for this hearing. And I would, of course, like to note that we are considering 17 bills, many of them aimed at repealing some of, I think, the very good work that we did in the last Congress to try to address the complexities of the policy that we're trying to do here. And so, you know, I would request hopefully that we'll get a little more notice in the future and time to review these bills, because I think that, you know, we all know, and everyone on this committee should know and understand, that energy policy is complex, and we've had no better example than what we've seen happen over the last year, and the importance of all of us really having a depth of understanding on this committee as we work to make policy. Certainly what we've seen happening in Europe with Russia's unjustified and unconscionable invasion of Ukraine, what we've seen happen to our friends and allies in Europe, what we've seen happen here in the United States as a result of the market demands, and some of the things that we've talked about today. I disagree with some of our witnesses about the importance of, for example, exporting natural gas and being able to help our allies reduce their dependence on Russian oil and gas at this critical moment. What we know is this is domestic policy, it's foreign policy, it has real consequences in our communities, people who are living, especially in my hometown of Houston, people who are living near the largest petrochemical complex arguably in the world. There are real-world health impacts, there are real-world economic impacts. These are also our jobs. So coming together and building consensus around what we can do, I think is incredibly important for this committee. And I heard a few things today that I want to take up. Most important, I think, Mr. Menzies, you said, and I agree with you, that the issue here is that we want to reduce emissions. That is what we're trying to do, and that is what the good legislation that we passed in the last Congress really does. And so, you know, I think that what we did in the Infrastructure Investment and Jobs Act, and importantly, the Inflation Reduction Act, is really important to accomplishing those goals. And I'm going to disagree with, and I'm disappointed to see the bill 484 that's been introduced by my friend from Texas, Mr. Pfluger, because I think it undoes the important work that we did on this committee just last year in trying to address the impacts of methane and deal with that in a way that's reasonable and workable for industry. And we spent a lot of time on this committee and got a lot of criticism for what we have $1.5 billion to help small operators employ the technology, this grant program. And so I want to kind of direct my question there, because I think, Mr. Eshman, I saw you shaking your head during Mr. Slocum's testimony about the IRA and the methane fee. But there is funding there to help smaller operators in particular, because that was a real concern that we heard about the ability to implement the technology to reduce methane emissions, which should be the goal of everybody here. And I think on both sides of the aisle, we keep saying that's what we want to do. So, you know, I would like to see
if there are real concerns still about the implementation and the ability to implement that, something that we can do that doesn't involve repealing what many people in the industry have said is a very smart solution to try to address the complications, but also address methane emissions. And so that's a concern that I have. And, you know, the question I have for you is, does this mean, I mean, it sounds like you don't support this, you want to see it repealed. Are your members not going to take the grant money that we provided to try to assist them? What do you think should be happening with that?
As we speak with our members, it's been very contentious relationship with EPA, especially the enforcement office. So we're mostly concerned that this grant money will come out of EPA. We think it should better come out of DOE and maybe the Petroleum Technology Transfer Council. So we're just mostly concerned that it's EPA that's making these regulations.
And so what I'm hearing you say is the idea of the program, the idea of reducing emissions and having some kind, I mean, through this legislation, it's designed to work in tandem with EPA. So that the concern you're expressing is the funding source versus the idea of what we tried to do with this legislation. So it sounds like we don't necessarily need to repeal it.
That would be one of our concerns, yes.
Okay. Well, I'm going to run out of time. I have a ton of questions. We're going to cover them on this hearing. I hope I can work with Mr. Pfluger and my friends on both sides of the aisle to really work on understanding the depths of this incredibly complicated work we have in front of us and working together to achieve all of our shared objectives. So thank you so much, Mr. Chairman, for the time, and I yield back.
Agreed, and I look forward to working with you. Chair will now go to Michigan. Mr. Wahlberg for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and thanks to the panel today for being with us. It's an important hearing. Threats to our critical energy infrastructure have increased year after year. In 2022, attacks on United States power grids rose to an all-time high. More apparently needs to be done to protect our critical energy infrastructure, which is why I plan to introduce the Critical Electric Infrastructure Cybersecurity Incident Reporting Act. Mr. Menzies, electric utilities and other energy infrastructure owners and operators are required to report critical infrastructure cyber incidents to DOE and FERC. Last Congress, a law was passed that also required some of these entities to submit incidents to CISA. The FAST Act clearly establishes DOE as the sector-specific agency for energy cybersecurity and granted them authority to address grid security emergencies. As such, DOE has expertise to best address some of these threats. Mr. Menzies, do you agree that it makes the most sense for energy sector stakeholders to submit threat incidents to DOE and then have DOE share that information as necessary with CISA? And secondly, how can Congress clarify DOE's role in the process?
Thank you very much. It is very important that you clarify DOE's role, that it is the agency that private sector and other government agencies need to report cyber incidents to. Because when Congress passed CISA, it created confusion as to where reports needed to go. When we were there, we knew the importance of cybersecurity. Of course, Congress had mandated cybersecurity standards. We created the Office of CSER, which remains today, the Cybersecurity, Energy Security, and Emergency Response. But within the interagency, you're hearing this a lot from me today, I'm bringing the experience that I gained in the executive branch, is that we need to designate DOE to be the agency that all cyber incident reports on the bulk power system, this is electricity, it's not oil and natural gas, but it is electricity, to go to DOE. And that's important because we have all the expertise there, we have the information sharing there, we have some of the modeling that the labs developed to look for anomalies on data pools, et cetera. So this is an important piece of legislation. It seems as though, you know, it's a simple thing to do, but we're going to need all support to get this through. And it's an important piece of legislation to give DOE clarity.
And I would hope that it would make more efficiency in the process for members of Congress to understand what's going on and get information and more transparency as well.
Absolutely.
Mr. McNamee, as a former FERC commissioner, how will increased sharing and coordination of cyber incidents improve the safety and reliability of our electric infrastructure? I think it's very important that anything that can be done to make the sharing information of the bulk power system and threats to it be done. The The threats are real. As you mentioned in your comments, they're happening all the time, both cyber and physical securities. And one of the things that frightens me the most is what happens with the limited natural gas pipeline capacity up to the Northeast. If there's a physical attack on the pipelines up there, you're going to lose a lot of power. Then the problems that you have on the bulk power system in relation to transformers or to SCADA systems, these things are real threats. The utilities are being pinged every single day by foreign actors trying to get into the systems to be able to flip the switch off when we need it the most on the coldest days of the year. So I think legislation like yours makes sure that there is focus and that there's, as Secretary Menzies said, that there's one source in the government that's absolutely responsible. Of course, FERC has responsibility for establishing, along with NERC, reliability standards, SIP standards, but I think it's important that reporting go through DOE.
Thank you. Being from Michigan, I'm extremely concerned about the current backlog at EPA of hundreds of TSCA Section 5 applications and the impact it has had on our auto supply chain. Last year, my Michigan colleagues and I sent a letter to Administrator Reagan imploring him for the bare minimum of timely review of 2 pre-manufacturing notice applications that were essential to the launch of an EV battery plant in the state. Mr. Chairman, I would like to, if you would allow, to include that letter for the record.
Without objection.
Mr. Menzies, the Biden administration is forcing a transition to electric vehicles, yet it took almost a year for the EPA to approve this project that would supply the needed batteries. How will Representative Curtis's draft legislation improve the efficiency and timeliness of the TSCA review process so that auto supply chains remain in the United States?
Well, thank you. And we talked a little bit about that before. Basically, it says that, look, not any risk is an unreasonable risk. 2, it stops them from forcing applicants to withdraw and resubmit so that they can reset the statutory deadline there. And basically, it allows them to be able to go forward after a certain time period that has elapsed while they were pending review. This will allow us to accelerate our move through the energy transition, to more EV use. The letter that you mentioned, expressed the frustrations clearly, and I think that's why Mr. Curtis's bill will go a long way to helping streamline the process, not remove any environmental protection.
Gentlemen, time's expired.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I yield back.
Thank you. Now we'll go to New York. Ms. Clark, 5 minutes.
Thank you, Chairman Duncan, Chairs Junkin and Johnson, and Ranking Members DeGette and Tonko for holding this hearing today. I'd also like to thank our witnesses as well for being here to testify on these bills. There are real challenges in America's power sector as our nation begins an economy-wide transition to clean energy in the midst of the climate crisis. But I reject the premise presented today that the only way we can unleash American energy is through creating loopholes in our bedrock environmental laws and or sacrificing the health of our communities. Many of the bills considered today would not only weaken our economic and national security, but also turn the clock backwards on the progress that we've made combating climate change and protecting public health. My first question is to Mr. Garcia. In your testimony, you state that many of these bills would circumvent bedrock environmental laws like the Clean Air Act, TSCA, so polluters can profit at the expense of frontline communities. Could you elaborate on the connection between frontline communities and what waiving the Clean Air Act and Solid Waste Disposal Act would mean for communities sited near these facilities?
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, when we're talking about the Clean Air Act, one of the, again, what they are seeking to waive with the bill that waives that addresses the Clean Air Act is a common sense practice that many industries already take on, which is simply to study how can we achieve the same goals that we already have in a safer way. And we're dealing with hydrofluoric acid, and it exempts any refinery that uses hydrofluoric acid from that requirement to study if there is a safer way to do this. It's problematic because hydrofluoric acid is extremely dangerous to the human body. It can explode. And not only that, but there are already recorded alternatives that many across the industry already use in order to do the same thing in a safer way. And so there's really no other way to characterize this. It's something that industry absolutely doesn't need, and yet we're still seeing this bill being pushed through. So, unfortunately, the brunt of this comes down on those communities that live near these facilities and the workers that work in these facilities. Unfortunately, we have seen facilities like these blow up. And when that happens, it hurts the people who are there first and foremost. And so I think that, Vice Chair Curtis said I was being melodramatic when I was talking about life and death, but it really is. It's really hard to not get dramatic when you're talking to the families of those that get devastated by the deaths of their loved ones. And so that's what's really at stake here, and that's what we have to keep front and center.
Thank you. My next question is for you again, Mr. Garcia and Mr. Slocum. So much of the discussion today has been focused on how burdensome regulations are. Can you tell us why it's so important to center community voices, especially those who've been historically marginalized, like communities of color and indigenous populations, when it comes to permitting decisions in the energy industry?
It's absolutely essential that frontline communities that are being asked to host all of the hazards play a prominent role in the siting process. We're working with an African-American community in the Florida Panhandle that is opposed to a liquefied natural gas export terminal, that we learned about it through a FERC regulatory process. Nobody in the local governments there had told these folks that this was the plan. And this is a common, unfortunate occurrence that we see throughout the country, where the local community does not have involvement or consent. And it is crucially important that as part of any sort of regulatory review, that those frontline communities play a prominent role in being able to have a say in the development within their own communities.
Thank you. Well, my time is winding down pretty quickly. Let me just say the studies have continued to find that race, more than any other demographic, is the primary indicator for living near an energy facility emitting toxic pollutants. In fact, more than half of the individuals living close to any hazardous waste site are people of color. With that, Mr. Chairman, I yield back.
I thank the gentlelady. The chair will now go to Mr. Carter from Georgia.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and thank all of you for being here. Mr. Chairman, thank you for continuing on this theme that we have started with the Energy and Commerce Committee this year, and that is about unleashing American energy. This is extremely important. We've all seen and witnessed what happens when we neglect American energy dominance and our own independence. It's to our own detriment. It results in high energy prices and diminished supply chains, and that's why I'm really happy that we continue to focus on this. And we know about supply chains, but there's perhaps nothing more important in supply chains when we talk about them than critical minerals. That has to be perhaps one, if not the most glaring weaknesses that we have. All of you have mentioned our dependence on China for critical minerals and how that needs to end, and we all recognize that. And we've got legislation in this package to fix that. And I want to talk about some of that because I'm eager to talk about a bill that I'm introducing, and it has to do with the Solid Waste Disposal Act, and it has to do with mining. As I understand it, when you get a mining permit, you get the first permit, then you have to, if you're going to keep the hazardous waste for longer than 90 days, you have to get a second permit. But while you're waiting on that second permit, what this legislation will do will be to give you an interim permit, if you will, until you can go through the process to get the second permit. So I think it makes a lot of sense. It helps us with our supply chain for critical minerals, and it needs to be done now because there's no time to waste. We've got to address this issue right now. No, it's not a silver bullet, but I think it is a fix that will help us tremendously. Ms. Sweeney, I want to go to you, and I want to ask you because it's interesting. You say in your written testimony, and I quote, an average of 7 to 10 years to secure.
it takes an average of 7 to 10 years to secure one of the longest permitting process in the world for mining projects to receive necessary permits to even begin to build the mine project. And then you compare this to Canada and Australia, who have kind of similar environmental regulations as we have, and in there it only takes them a few years, 2 to 3 years to complete. How have they been able to maintain comparable environmental standards to the U.S. and complete the permitting process for new mines in a fraction of the time that we do?
They have a lot more coordination up front of the various agencies involved, whether they be provincial, territorial, or the overarching Canadian government. They are seeking to do like one-stop permitting shopping. They also allow the project proponent to prepare the environmental impact statement, which really involves a lot of efficiencies because you're not waiting for the agencies to have to do that. But the government does oversee that to make sure that the rigorous rules are.
So there are a lot of lessons we could learn from them and a lot of good takeaways from them. What would be one of the most immediate that could help us?
Upfronting litigation. I think that's something in Canada that they are focused on and getting that done. So you're not at the end of your 10-year process, just entering into the litigation that could add another 10 years before you can actually start operations.
Good, good. Okay, I want to go to Mr. McNamee, and when we talk about unleashing American energy, part of that is the structure of the market that the energy goes into. Can you help me out? Restructured electricity markets like regional transmission organizations, RTOs, do they lead to lower rates? Do they lead to greater reliability? I mean, tell me what the advantage, if there is any of these, are.
They don't. And the RTOs were originally structured on the idea to use market forces to get efficiencies. But the problem is that there are 7 RTOs in the country, 6 of them regulated by FERC. The problem is that they use marginal pricing to set power prices, so you get bids in by each of the generators to bid to meet every 5 minutes of what the energy needed. And the problem is usually natural gas does set the clearing price on that, but every other resource is getting paid that natural gas price. So if you're a subsidized renewable, you have no fuel costs, you have tax credits, yet you're getting paid the natural gas price. So the economic benefits of renewables are not passing through to customers, hence the reason energy prices keep going up despite adding all these renewables. And then secondly, you've got a reliability problem because none of these generators are like your utility. None of them have an obligation to serve. And so they bid in. If they're picked, they run. If they don't, but then you have problems like you had in Texas, which you've seen also in this past winter, where there's no incentive to winterize your unit because you're like, well, why should I do it if it's going to make it more expensive? What you want is a system that allows that is designed to serve the people, and you need reliability as the number one thing.
Well, thank you all. And again, this permitting process is crushing us. We have got to do something about it. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I yield back.
Gentlemen, Chair will now recognize Ms. Pattergon for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'm especially concerned about legislation under consideration today, which says that no hazard assessment is required on the use of hydrofluoric acid at a refinery to understand the risk of an accidental release. This chemical is deadly. It's deadly toxic to people, and it's extremely corrosive. A hazard assessment is a common safety measure the Environmental Protection Agency has proposed. We also know there are safer alternatives available that many refineries already use. There are refineries in and near my district that still use hydrofluoric acid, and it's a serious safety concern. In 2015, there was a near miss at a refinery near my district in Torrance, California. An explosion at the refinery launched debris that landed close to 2 tanks containing hydrofluoric acid. People could have been killed. Mr. Garcia, what safer technologies are available for oil refineries to replace hydrofluoric acid, and should the oil industry have to consider them?
Yeah, I mean, there are quantities of alternatives, and that's the saddest part about this bill, is that there are quantities, one on sulfuric acid. But the idea is that that's what the analysis should tell you, right? That's what the analysis that industry should have to do. That's the one that tells you, yeah, there are better alternatives to do this and still accomplish the goal that we need to accomplish. And so when we hear about it, this piece of the Clean Air Act being completely dismantled is really puzzling, because you have everything, industry has everything that it could want in order to keep this in the books, and that actually compliance is relatively easy. So it's puzzling to see this.
Thank you. Mr. Chair, I'd like to enter into the record a letter I led with Senator Booker to EPA on the proposed risk management plan rule, signed by 47 members and senators. The letter asks EPA to finalize a rule that requires refineries to transition to safer chemicals and processes. This letter was supported by environmental groups and labor, including the United Steelworkers and United Auto Workers. I will hand you that letter at the end of the questioning.
Without objection.
Mr. Slocum, I'm concerned about the Unlocking Our Domestic LNG Potential Act, which eliminates the requirement that our Department of Energy find imports and exports to be consistent with the public interest. What could the consequences of this bill be on domestic energy prices and our climate?
Well, the public interest should be comprehensive. It should look at environmental justice considerations. It should look at climate and clean energy considerations. So it should be requiring the Department of Energy to perform those assessments, to require applicants to document how LNG exports, whether or not they're displacing dirtier forms of energy abroad, or whether or not they are displacing renewables by bolstering existing gas infrastructure. Right now, the Department of Energy is not performing that assessment. To eliminate that assessment altogether, which has been in place for 85 years, would be a huge disservice to communities, especially in the Gulf, that are being asked to host these massive facilities.
Well, thank you for that, and thank you for raising the issue of environmental justice issues. I share the climate concerns, and I want to underscore the impact of energy prices, because my constituents have been hit hard by rising natural gas prices, and this shows how volatile fossil fuel prices are, and why we need the Department of Energy to be a check on the fossil fuel industry's proposals to have countries like China competing with American consumers to buy gas. This is why the Industrial Energy Consumers of America, a coalition of manufacturing companies, has opposed this bill. I think it's bad for the U.S. manufacturing. Mr. Garcia, legislation under consideration proposes to repeal the Greenhouse Gas Reduction Fund that was passed by Democrats in the Inflation Reduction Act. This fund would provide low-income communities with grants and loans to reduce greenhouse gas emissions with zero-emissions technologies. Can this fund help low-income residents to reduce their energy bills?
Absolutely. I mean, and we saw that that fund is really meant to make sure that we don't make the mistakes that have happened in previous energy revolutions, where often people of color and low income get left out. And so this fund is specifically meant to make sure that low income and people of color have access to those funds.
And can the fund help create clean jobs, energy jobs in low economic communities?
Absolutely.
Low-income communities?
Absolutely.
Well, thank you for that. It's unfortunate the Republican talk about lowering energy costs and creating jobs. They talk about it, but they want to repeal programs that empower communities to do just that. With that, Mr. Chair, I yield back.
Gentlelady yields back, and the chair will now go to the gentlelady from Arizona, Ms. Lesko, for 5 minutes. Before I do that, there are going to be votes called around 1:30. Apparently, there's 2 votes. We're going to plow through and get as far as we can, but we will recess and come back and finish the hearing. Members are encouraged to come back right after the second vote is called, vote, come back, and we'll get back on it because there's another hearing following this. Ms. Lesko, you're recognized for 5 minutes.
Well, thank you, Mr. Chairman. I love this committee because we're talking about energy, critical minerals, and the environment. What could be more important than that? Mr. Chairman, I'm proud to sponsor the House concurrent resolution expressing disapproval of the revocation by President Biden of the presidential permit for the Keystone XL pipeline. This is a simple resolution, and I hope my colleagues will support it. Many of my colleagues on the other side of the aisle have said they disapprove of the cancellation of the Keystone XL pipeline, and this resolution gives them and the entire House of Representatives the opportunity to show our disapproval. On day one of his administration, President Biden canceled the Keystone pipeline. Soon after he canceled the Keystone, he removed sanctions on the Nord Stream 2 pipeline. This paved the way for Russia to hold the EU hostage to Russia's energy and not allow cleaner U.S.-provided LNG. Canceling the Keystone Pipeline did not stop the drilling or exporting of the sand oils as the extreme environmentalists thought. The 830,000 barrels per day of crude oil from Alberta, Canada is still being produced and being shipped via rail or other pipelines. Canada's oil sands producers were able to export a record amount of crude in 2022 to overseas markets, including China and India. So instead of providing well-paying jobs for Americans, the Biden administration prefers those jobs to go elsewhere. The cancellation of the pipeline also did little to stop emissions. CO2 emissions will increase since much of the oil is now transported by the railroads, a much dirtier method of transit, instead of the pipeline. Rail transport also increases the risk of derailment and ensuring environmental damage of spilled oil. Mr. Menzies, thank you for pointing out in your written testimony another shortcoming of President Biden canceling the Keystone Pipeline. The fact that the U.S. and its allies would have had access to Canadian oil to lessen the import and use of Russian oil. Canceling the pipeline was a horrible financial decision, in my opinion. Developers of Keystone XL are seeking to recoup more than $15 billion in damages connected to President Biden's decision. Mr. Menzies, what other financial losses can you comment on due to the cancellation of the XL pipeline?
Well, I was going to add that, we import about 700,000 barrels per day from Russia, so the Keystone Pipeline could have also been used to offset that amount, as we, along with all other NATO countries and our allies, have said no to Russia resources. So it's very significant, as we've been talking about all morning. The fact is that if you can increase supply, you're going to have downward pressure on prices, for our for your constituents and for the American people. I know, people want to have it both ways, right? They would like to stop to have refineries operate, but they want their constituents to have cheap gas. You can't have it both ways. We can have environmentally compliant refineries in operation and making rational decisions to remove the bottlenecks, but that's just common sense approaches, really, is everything we're considering today.
Thank you. My next question is for Ms. Sweeney. Ms. Sweeney, copper is not listed as a critical mineral, although it's, I think that it uses 4 times as much copper in an electrical vehicle as in a standard vehicle and other things. Why do you think that copper isn't listed as a critical mineral, and do you think it should be?
I definitely think that it should be. I think that it actually does meet the U.S. Geological Survey criteria, but when they were doing the latest list, they didn't have the most recent data in front of them. I think using the data today, that copper would definitely make that list. However, in National Mining Association's viewpoint, anything that you need and can't get really should be critical. So maybe those kinds of criticality lists don't just make the most sense, because as technologies change, something that's critical today may not be critical tomorrow. People were talking about substitutions. Well, then you're creating a new critical mineral, because something that maybe we use now to substitute becomes the next big thing that everybody's going to need. So if we just had efficient permitting, criticality, does it matter so much?
Well, good, and I hope that copper is added to the critical mineral list, because I'm from Arizona. We produce lots of copper, and it's unfortunate that the Resolution Copper Mine has been put on hold. The final environmental impact statement was approved under the former administration and now has been put on hold, plus a lawsuit. So I yield back. Thank you.
Thank the gentleman. The chair now will go to Dr. Reeves for 5 minutes.
I'd like to inform the gentlewoman from Arizona that I am very familiar with the copper mines in Arizona. My family actually worked in those copper mines in years past. I believe it's the Bisbee Queens copper mines is one of those big areas.
But thank you, Chairman. I'd like to address a reoccurring theme that I have seen in multiple pieces of legislation before this committee today. In these pieces of legislation, I see bills that are sacrificing key provisions of landmark legislation that help protect people's health, like the Clean Air Act, in order to increase critical mineral extraction. And that's the wrong approach. Frontline communities already bear too much of the burden of the environmental injustice. To name an example, people living near fossil fuel drilling sites are at greater risk for preterm birth, cancer, asthma, and other respiratory diseases. I mean, it's a direct link to real people's health. Childhood asthma, COPD, all these other things. As a doctor, the health of my constituents is my top concern, and I've seen firsthand that we must do more to protect vulnerable communities from pollution and other environmental dangers. I do want to be clear that I'm not against critical mineral production. I've been unequivocal that we need to build our domestic supply chains, and as a prime example of this is right in my own district in the Imperial Valley, or the Imperial County. In the Imperial Valley, the Salton Sea has a massive supply of lithium. In fact, it's the 5th largest lithium deposit in the whole world. Has the potential to supply the lithium needed for electrical vehicle batteries and our clean energy future. We import the vast majority of our batteries and our lithium from other countries that are not aligned with our worldviews. We call the area Lithium Valley back home to emphasize the potential that this lithium has to transform the region. And beyond powering our country towards its clean energy future, I believe that Lithium Valley can also provide a model for how we can both protect our community's health and get the critical minerals we need. How do we do that? So instead of hard rock mining or salt flat evaporations, breaking up the earth, putting more dust in the air, etc., in Imperial County, the lithium is extracted from geothermal production. So it's in a closed loop cycle, and the brine that goes through this closed loop, as they naturally produce geothermal energy, which is a good thing, they filter that brine out to extract the lithium. And so it is better for the environment and better for our communities. This shows that we don't have to sacrifice health and the environment. We can have a win-win for the environment, for our public health, and for places like the Imperial Valley. Mr. Raul Garcia, I like your first name, by the way. We share that. In Spanish, we call each other tocayos. In your testimony, you note that our country doesn't have to make these false choices between energy creation and protecting the health and safety of our vulnerable communities. Tell me more about that, and as it applies to the critical mineral production as well.
Well, I think that when we're talking about critical mineral production, we want to make sure that we're using the resources that are available to us that are the safest ways to use the critical minerals. And when that requires mining, it has to follow the law. We shouldn't be seeking exceptions to the law in order to make sure that this happens safely. We actually need to make sure that it applies. We also need to make sure that we, as you mentioned, have a circular economy on critical minerals. So making sure that they're being recycled, and that when they're being recycled, the recycling is being done responsibly and in a clean way, whether it's extraction or recycling of it. And again, those laws, those bedrock laws are in place. Now, we've talked a lot about permitting in some places and how long it takes, but I'd like to point out that a lot of the delays that happen on permitting are actually not done because of the requirements of the permitting structures themselves. They are done because the agencies are being starved from actual funding in order to carry out the permitting. And so if we want to speed up permitting, when we're talking about whether it's a mine or whether it's something else, you actually need to fund the agency in order to make sure that the experts are going to do so, are going to get out the permits in a way that's going to protect communities on the ground.
Catch-22, right? And chipping away government in order to make it as ineffective as possible, and then complaining that they can't do their job and it's too slow. So the only result is going to be to eliminate government at all and eliminate these rules that protect the health, and that's not necessarily feasible or the right thing to do for the American people. But with that, my time's over, and I yield back.
Appreciate the gentleman. Chair will now go to another gentleman from the Crossroads of America, Mr. Pence, for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Chairman Duncan and Johnson and Ranking Members DeGette,
and Tonko for holding this hearing, and thank you to the witnesses for appearing today. The bills before us begin to shore up our national energy strategy, lower energy prices for Hoosiers, and put our nation back on track towards energy dominance. The Biden administration's electrification or nothing approach is only deepening our reliance on China and leaving our country vulnerable in the event of a national emergency. Despite what the Biden administration is telling us, demand for oil and natural gas will only increase around the world. Petroleum products are the lifeblood of the American economy, fueling businesses to bring good-paying jobs and lowering energy costs for families. Over the past 2 years, the Biden administration has failed to put forth a coherent energy strategy. Hoosiers in southern Indiana deserve answers on why this administration has made it more expensive for families to heat their homes and for business and families to keep their lights on at the old prices. And I hope we hear a little bit of that tonight. My legislation being considered today would provide waivers for critical energy resources in the event of a national security emergency. And I quote, if the administrator of the Environmental Protection Agency, in consultation with the Secretary of Energy, determines that the processing and refining of a critical energy resource at a critical energy resource facility is important to the national security or energy security of the United States, then the administrator may waive application of any requirement, sanction, or fee under the Clean Air Act. By the way, I'm one of the few, I'm old enough, I actually read the Clean Air Act when it came out many, many years ago. This bill would ensure that the federal government can act swiftly to preserve access to energy supplies. And I look forward to hearing constructive feedback on how to improve this legislation and provide the federal government with tools to respond in the event of a crisis. Mr. Menzies, I'm going to direct my question and my comments to you at this point. Back in 2005, I went in with then Governor Mitch Daniels when he became governor in the state of Indiana, and I was the Chief Deputy Commissioner of the Indiana Department of Environmental Management. And the biggest problem in the state of Indiana was overregulation by the EPA and IDEM. It was inhibiting business growth. It was holding farmers down. It was costing too much money. The regulations were just crushing the state of Indiana. And that got changed. At that point, the state of Indiana was $2 billion in the hole, and today they're $6 billion to the good. My question to you, in the event of a national security emergency that threatens access to critical energy resources, what sort of emergency authority tools exist to address severe supply disruptions for different types of energy?
Right, well, that's where the confusion lies here, because we face emergencies regularly. You go into the executive branch, you know, as a public official. So the president and his team typically says, what can we do at this point? And it's, does the Constitution prohibit it? Has Congress prohibited such action? Has Congress authorized? And with respect to waivers, Clean Air Act, Jones Act waivers, these kinds of things, Stafford Act, declarations of emergencies, what waiver authority is there? We have a body of law that the executive branch runs fairly well. Where it gets diffused and confused is anything thereafter that. And so you can look at all of these different laws and you don't see anything with respect to really energy, critical energy resources in there. And so as a consequence, being at the department, you're kind of brought in at the last minute. In fact, the Department of Defense has a lot of clear, emergency, they weigh in, they can do things, commerce, even transportation, MARAD under the Jones Act. Department of Energy is just like sort of forgotten about. So you're in there trying to focus on the importance of energy. Puerto Rico, the governor would tell us, they would come to energy and say, we can't do anything without energy. Our water doesn't work, our hospitals can't run, we can't do anything without energy. What are you doing for energy? You don't have those authorities, those clear authorities on the books to be able to have energy play a key role in solving crises during these emergencies.
So would you agree, as a former deputy secretary, that this this bill would add a little clarity to that.
Add clarity.
And help everybody out, both sides
Office
of
of
the
Legal
aisle.
Counsel, believe me, it would help tremendously.
Thank you. I yield back.
Okay, the chair now goes to Ms. Blunt Rochester for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and thank you to all of our witnesses today. Across the country, we're already seeing the impacts of the Infrastructure Investment and Jobs Act and the Inflation Reduction Act. We're seeing a commitment to a cleaner economy and cleaner planet, and a commitment to our American manufacturers and workers. Just in the 6 months since the Inflation Reduction Act became law, companies have announced over 100,000 new domestic clean energy jobs and billions of dollars in new manufacturing investments. This historic law, or both of these laws, have actually created a path to a stronger, more resilient domestic energy system, all while combating the ongoing climate crisis. But unfortunately, the bills and resolutions that we see before us today would force us off that path. They neglect to address the global shift toward clean, renewable energy and focus instead on expanding the fossil fuel industry by creating loopholes for important environmental and public health protections. We need legislation that not only protects our domestic energy interests, but also protects the environment and health of all Americans. My questions are for Mr. Garcia. One of the bills being heard today relates to EPA's Risk Management Program Rule, also known as the Chemical Disaster Prevention Rule. The proposed legislation would amend the Clean Air Act to exempt refineries that use extremely dangerous hydrofluoric acid from assessing whether they could potentially use safer technologies. I'm concerned about any legislation that weakens the Clean Air Act, but I'm particularly concerned about a bill that guts a common sense practice that would save lives and prevent disasters. Mr. Garcia, can you speak to how clients that your organization represents use foundational laws like the Clean Air Act to protect themselves from dangerous polluters in courts, and how creating exemptions for them using the vaguely defined, quote, critical energy resource, unquote, would gut those legal protections?
Yeah, absolutely. So what we see is that the way that permitting should work, and the way that, whether it's the Clean Air Act or anything else, it should work in a way that industry, along with the communities, are equal partners in a way that identifies the best science in order to follow through on whatever the permit would allow with the health and safety of the communities most impacted. And that's exactly what the RMP does, right? It's in fact a study. And why would we ever want to stymie innovation in this process? I believe that from a lot of folks here today, we keep hearing about the next chemical and the next metal and the next thing that we're going to see. Why aren't we applying the same level of innovation to the standards that would protect our communities in the process? And so that, I think that's a question that has to be answered, but that is what the process is. And the fact that the bill seeks to exempt it from exploring that innovation is very problematic in all sorts of ways.
Another bill that we heard about today authorizes the use of flexible air permitting with respect to certain critical energy resource facilities. In your written testimony, you stated that using flexible air permitting in this manner would take the science out of air permitting decisions. Can you elaborate on that statement and discuss the risks associated with this use of flexible air permitting?
Yeah, absolutely. When we're talking about permitting, there are certain standards that industry or whoever wants to permit needs to comply with. In flexible air permitting, as we have it in the bill, essentially the administration gets to pick winners or losers, never mind the actual standards. And so when you have an administration that is really not looking after the health and safety of the people on the ground, that is really looking for corporate profits and things like that, it really just allows them to pick favorites. And unfortunately, there's a long history of which industries they pick to be favorites in that process.
And just as a follow-up, can you talk about the public health and environmental implications of that?
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, the idea is that you're leaving out the science, and at the same time, you're ramming the most dangerous alternatives out there down communities' throats, right? And so they are the ones who would have to live with, God forbid, any explosion that happens, the workers themselves. They are the ones who have to deal with the consequences.
Thank you so much, and I yield back.
Chair will go down to Dr. Joyce, 5 minutes.
I want to thank the chairman for holding this critical hearing today. As we begin the 118th Congress, we continue to hear from our constituents at home that the high costs at the pump and in their electric bills are kitchen table issues that they deal with every day. The fact is, the only way to bring down prices is to increase supply. We have been blessed in this country to have plentiful reserves of natural resources. In my home state of Pennsylvania, we have significant deposits of coal and natural gas. In the last 20 years alone, new drilling techniques have led to the shale gas revolution, and Pennsylvania is now the second largest net supplier of energy to all other states. In my conversations with energy producers, they make it clear that the Commonwealth of Pennsylvania has much more that it can give. What is standing in the way of unleashing the resources under the feet of my constituents? It is the Biden administration's war on American energy. At every step, this administration has held up and hindered the production of American coal, oil, and natural gas. From creating restrictive and burdensome regulations to attempts to scare away capital investment from fossil fuels, the Biden administration has stifled supply and caused prices to rise. Mr. Chairman, I ask unanimous consent to submit for the record a report by the National Fire Protection Association published in July of 2020, which I will submit at the end of my questioning. Just last month, an administration official raised the possibility of banning gas stoves due to safety concerns. Well, let's look at the science. A report by the NFPA, these claims of unsafe natural gas stoves are incorrect. Gas stoves are incredibly safe to use. In fact, electric ranges are over 200% more likely to cause a fire and over 300% more likely to cause a deadly fire and close to 500% more likely to cause fire-related injury than gas ranges. This misguided attempt to ban gas stoves shows yet another step that the Biden administration is attempting to move the market away from American energy products like natural gas. It's time to stop playing political games and do what's best for our constituents. No producer single-handedly affects the price, but by giving businesses regulatory certainty and by providing confidence to capital markets assures that the domestic production of energy is here to stay. We can lower prices and reclaim American energy dominance. My first question is for Mr. Eshelman. How do aggressive and targeted attempts to discourage investment in natural gas affect production?
Well, first off, to hit on your point about the natural gas stoves, I think this is a real personal intrusion that the government is trying to tell consumers what kind of choices they can make. So it's what kind of, how you can cook, what kind of cars you can drive, how you can heat your home. So that's a very important point to bring up. I think consumer choice is at risk here with this administration. Second, business thrives where there's a predictable landscape. So we need state and local governments and the federal government to all work together to streamline their processes so we can get some permitting done as well as exploration and production, and particularly in Pennsylvania.
Thank you. My next question is for Mr. Menzies. I mentioned the need for regulatory certainty in my earlier remarks. I have a draft bill that would enable critical mineral facilities to work with the EPA in advance of the permitting process so they can react to surges in the market without needing to restart the permitting process. Currently, how do regulated critical materials entities deal with large increases in market demand, and what relief would this bill give them?
You know, currently, I believe there's some 300 backlogged applications pending at EPA for the permits that you have requested, and that number is only growing, really, to take advantage of a lot of the provisions that were in the IRA. Capital wants to be expended. This new investment will involve new chemicals, et cetera. They want to get their permits. A lot of the funding is based on you have to have the permits first. And so frustration is mounting that we can't seem to figure out how to get EPA to really just follow the law, implement the law, get the permits out, and let's try to embrace the new future with these new chemicals in our energy.
Thank you for addressing this critical issue. My time is expiring. Thank you, and I yield.
Okay, the chair's going to go to Ms. Schreier next, and when she finishes her 5 minutes, we're going to take a recess for members to go vote. Members are reminded we're going to meet again right after the second vote opens. Vote, come on back. We're going to go to Kelly Armstrong first up when we come back. So Ms. Schreier is recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. And thank you to our witnesses. This has been a really interesting discussion. You know, last week, one of my Republican colleagues acknowledged that there's actually a lot of common ground, that there's bipartisan agreement, that we all want to be good stewards of the earth, that careful use of resources is important, and decreasing greenhouse gas emissions is one element of how we can be good stewards of this earth. So I was so inspired by these prospects of bipartisanship that the very next day, I met with Democratic and Republican House and Senate members at a breakfast discussion about the real practicalities. Like, let's just get down to nuts and bolts about how we're really going to get the changes we need made with clean energy in a timely fashion to actually make the difference that we need to make. And one important practicality had to do with how delays in permitting and years of litigation could thwart our very best efforts to make the changes that we need to achieve our clean energy goals. And just to be clear on where I stand, I am not suggesting in any way that we gut our bedrock environmental protection laws, but we need to make some pragmatic necessary reforms, like faster timelines, in order to have a realistic shot of meeting these clean energy and emissions goals. So I'm looking for areas where bipartisanship is possible, and I think we have some opportunity for common ground here. I also believe and know that our production of renewable energy is only as good as the electric grid that we have and the broader system. And our federal permitting laws were primarily written for the fossil fuel era. And so it's time to kind of rethink how we can streamline, and it requires some very practical conversations, not trying to speed every answer to yes, but at least getting to a yes or a no quickly so we can move on. So, Mr. McNamee, I appreciated your testimony. You noted that Congress should consider reforming NEPA and the APA to limit how legal challenges can be made against agency actions. Of course, this is, as you refer to, a two-edged sword, and that we want agencies to be accountable. We need public input, and so Congress has to do this balancing act. I was wondering if you could talk a little bit about this, and I am confining the way I think about this to the speeding of clean energy projects. Thank you for the question. One of the key problems is that the way NEPA litigation, when Congress passed NEPA, there was no cause of action. They just wanted agencies to look at the environmental impacts and make sure they consider it. The Administrative Procedure Act allows parties to challenge an agency action for being arbitrary and capricious. And so then they say, well, if the agency didn't make the decision properly on NEPA, that's arbitrary and capricious, and so they can be pulled back. An example, FERC in the last few months had, I think it was the DC Circuit, sent back an approval that they made because even though they addressed the issue, they forgot to make a citation to a reg. And so they had to send it back. That just seems to me to be things that don't need to happen, so there can be ways to streamline that. On terms of the clean energy, the thing that I find somewhat kind of amusing is that often the same people who didn't like underground natural pipelines suddenly say, we need to fix permitting for 400 miles of lattice towers for transmission lines to get wind from the Midwest to the coast, going through farms, ranches, et cetera. And what I think it is, we have to look at what are the real problems, because I think what the renewable developers have realized is there is a NEPA problem. There is a problem, and so we need to come up with a solution that fits one size for fitting all, not just picking. And I'll give you just some feedback on that. One of those things pollutes, one doesn't. One, in many cases, lines are already there. But that's a discussion for another day. I wanted to just turn at the end to just a really pragmatic example.
hydropower, I come from Washington State. Hydropower makes up a third of the renewable energy in the United States, makes up about half of the electricity we use in Washington State. And with the looming climate crisis, hydropower is going to be critical. It provides base load, just like nuclear and like natural gas, that wind and solar just can't provide. And so hydropower is critical. And right now, it turns out that just about 3% of dams in this country generate hydropower. And this is an area where the chairwoman of this committee and I really agree that this is exactly the kind of project where if you consider the net environmental benefit, you consider the economics, you consider the energy benefits, that this sort of project might be ideal for having a speedier pathway to a yes or a no. So I want to thank you, and I yield back my time.
Generally yields back. So members are reminded that we're going to come back right after the second vote opens. So vote and come back, and I'm going to take them in order. Kelly Armstrong is up next. Witnesses are asked to remain. If you need to get up, stretch your legs. Bathrooms are down the hall. Apparently, there's a lot of people in the lobby out here, so you may not want to go that way. And we'll stand in recess until we get back. Check, check, there we go. All right, we're going to go ahead and get started. So I'll call the subcommittee back in order, and I'll now go to Mr. Armstrong from North Dakota for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. 2017, when this committee held a hearing on the Promoting Cross-Border Energy Infrastructure Act, Ranking Member Pallone remarked at the time, with President Trump already approving the Keystone XL pipeline, it is unclear to me why Republicans feel it's necessary to strip the president of his authority. Do my colleagues on the other side of the aisle honestly not have confidence in President Trump? It's not that Republicans didn't have confidence in President Trump. It's that Republicans didn't have confidence in future administrations to make rational decisions regarding energy infrastructure. We only had to wait a matter of hours after President Trump left office and for President Biden to revoke the cross-border permit for the Keystone XL pipeline and prove the exact reason why we need this bill. Well, it's clear that the FERC and DOE processes are not immune from political influence, which I will get to in a second. They must follow statutory and regulatory guidelines as opposed to the impulsive decision-making process used by one president. Opponents of carbon energy have routinely exploited the uncertainty of the cross-border process to starve projects of capital investment because they understand that these projects can take decades to complete and are not a short-term investment. We know that those who are antagonistic to carbon energy oppose every pipeline project. It has nothing to do with the merits or the environmental analysis surrounding a particular piece of infrastructure. To quote a leader of the Keep It in the Ground campaign, the Keystone XL pipeline was never about any single pipeline. It was about establishing a litmus test. While opponents of carbon energy have established that test, and they know that they can rely on democratic administrations to undermine our energy infrastructure. Deputy Secretary Menezes, before we go any further, it's important, I think, to talk about what the Promoting Cross-Border Energy Infrastructure Act does not do. And we need to be perfectly clear. This bill will have zero effect on NEPA or shortcut environmental reviews. Is that your understanding?
That's my understanding.
And I'm going to switch over to domestic pipelines for a second. Mr. McNamee, are political considerations playing an outside role in FERC's permitting decisions? I'm concerned that FERC has not always been focused on the limits of the Natural Gas Act and making its determinations. Have there been any policy changes in the last 2 years, or is it simply that the regime has changed?
Two things have happened. One, the regime had changed from a majority Republican to majority Democrat members. And second, there were proposals for new policy statements that would have allowed the commission to deny natural gas pipelines based on the upstream and downstream natural gas combustion, which, in my opinion, when I was on FERC, FERC did not have the authority to make those decisions under the Natural Gas Act.
Well, what do you think the practical impact of that would be? If prior to putting a pipeline in the ground, a company had to mitigate both the oil well and the SUV?
Well, they may not even have an opportunity to mitigate it. The FERC, if those policies were enacted, the pipeline might not be approved at all because it would be declared too harmful. And so even though it's in the public interest, it would provide service to customers and it could lower prices for customers, it may not be approved at all.
As somebody who grew up in Western North Dakota, I always say an oil well is like a 5-star steak restaurant and a pipeline's like McDonald's. They both make money, but they make it in very different ways. Back to Mr. Menezes. In addition to raising costs and limiting growth, roadblocks that delay or prevent the development of energy infrastructure, particularly oil and gas, threaten overall resilience of our electric grid as well. Can you touch on why that's important to support efficient deployment of midstream infrastructure?
As we've been talking about today, we need to increase supply, but we also need to increase infrastructure to make sure that supply gets delivered to the American people. That will bring downward prices onto the commodity that they're purchasing.
And there's also global ramifications to an efficient cross-border process in North America. I mean, we import a ton of oil from Canada. They're our closest ally and our neighbor. Maybe I'm a little biased because they're my neighbor directly to the north. What are the ramifications?
We have about 8 refineries that are designed and built to take heavy crude from Canada. It was also for heavy crude from Venezuela until the shale revolution. So we have refineries that are designed to take that oil. It's from Canada, you know, our largest trading partner. So it only makes sense. Plus, we talked about earlier, that would have been, we import about 700 1,000 barrels per day from Russia, that 800,000 from Keystone would have certainly offset that.
I always used to say, I mean, anybody who's ever looked at the process to drill a well in Canada would understand it is significantly more stringent than potentially even drilling on our federal land. When I talk to my friends and allies on this issue, I'd say, what can we do to change people's minds? They say, call it something other than tar sands oil. Because it just sounds dirty. It doesn't matter that it's sour crude that we need for marine diesel. I love my Bakken sweet crude, but it doesn't work for everything. So thank you, Mr. Chairman, and I yield back.
I thank the gentleman. So I'm assuming I'm going to Ms. Custer for 5 minutes.
Great, thank you, Mr. Chairman. Let me get straight to the point. Most of the legislation before us in committee today is merely a handout to the fossil fuel industry, poorly described as an attempt to strengthen our nation's energy security. So let me be clear. Furthering our nation's dependence on fossil fuels instead of diversifying our energy sources not only weakens our energy security, but it also harms American families by leaving them vulnerable to global energy price shocks. In the first legislative hearing of these subcommittees, the Republican majority has put forward partisan legislation, which stands no chance of being enacted into law, rather than focus our time on meaningful bipartisan efforts to further American energy independence. These bills simply miss the mark. While I disapprove of these misguided proposals, I remain committed to working with my Republican colleagues to find opportunities to actually deliver affordable, reliable, and domestically produced energy to the American people. One of those opportunities is bolstering our baseload energy resources such as hydropower and nuclear. In New Hampshire, the Seabrook Nuclear Power Plant provides low-cost baseload energy by operating at full capacity nearly year-round. This past weekend, you may have heard about record-breaking cold on top of Mount Washington in my district. Under some of this winter's coldest temperatures, Seabrook continued to deliver reliable baseload energy to the grid. To protect nuclear energy as a baseload energy resource nationwide, we must also secure the uranium these plants rely upon to operate. Mr. Menzies, thank you. One of these legislative items before us today would prohibit the import of low-grade uranium produced in Russia at a time when Putin's regime is using profits from energy exports to fund a gruesome war in Ukraine. I'd say cutting off Russian imports is a sound policy. Can you speak to the importance of reducing our dependence on Russian uranium from an energy security perspective?
Well, your question touched on the key points. Russia simply is no longer a reliable partner for any critical energy infrastructure resources at all, including the enriched uranium, which our civilian nuclear fleet has become dependent on because it can be cheaply produced in Russia and they export it at cheap prices to ensure that our civilian nuclear fleet that competes in these RTO markets that we talked about, they can't bear any cost increase on the cost of fuel. The bill not only prohibits it, but it phases it out, and it does provide for some waivers, so it's not as though we're going to be without the fuel. That should give us enough time, because there have been some other provisions of the bill, to develop our own abilities for fuel fabrication and, enrichment. It's not the easiest thing to do, but we need to reclaim our leadership and our own ability, frankly, to not only mine and mill, convert, but also for fuel fabrication. And it's important because, remember, nuclear is our cleanest emission-free source of energy in the United States.
Thank you. Like many Americans, I remain concerned by the record profits that oil companies continue to rake in while households across the country are struggling to pay their energy bills. Mr. Slocum, in your testimony, you suggested that Congress should press FERC, which is responsible for regulating national gas markets, to protect American consumers from price manipulation that could increase natural gas prices in America's energy bills. What steps can FERC take to improve price transparency in natural gas markets?
Yeah, so FERC has jurisdiction over spot natural gas markets if there's evidence of market manipulation. But in the 2005 Energy Policy Act, because of widespread manipulation of the price indices, FERC requested and Congress inserted into the Natural Gas Act a provision that allows FERC to establish its own price transparency natural gas reporting system. And so in comments in a rulemaking last year at FERC, I urged the Commission to undertake this never-used statutory authority, and what it would do would shine some badly needed transparency into pricing in natural gas spot markets.
Thank you. Many of my constituents in New Hampshire rely on natural gas for electricity and home heating, and I'm committed to ensuring that Congress and the administration evaluate all available tools to ensure the prices consumers pay are just and reasonable. To my Republican colleagues across the aisle, please take seriously my offer to work together on common sense energy legislation and put people over politics. Thank you, and I yield back.
Generally yields back, and the chair will now go to the gentleman from a energy-producing area. Well, actually, nuclear energy, that would be Mr. Allen from Georgia.
Thank you, Chairman Duncan and Chairman Johnson, for holding this joint subcommittee hearing today to discuss the importance of unleashing our domestic energy production, securing our electric infrastructure, and domestic supply chains. This is critical in delivering lower energy costs to Americans and becoming energy dominant. I can't stress enough the importance of having an all-of-the-above energy strategy, which we've talked about over and over again here today, and ensuring our supply chains are secure. Yesterday, I hosted my first telephone town hall with thousands of constituents on the line for the 118th Congress. The most questions I got were about, what are you going to do about energy and the cost of energy? How can we become energy dominant again? I remember those days when we actually set the price of a barrel of oil. That was real power, Mr. Congressman. My constituents and Americans across the nation are spending money they don't have on energy. Should it be at the pump or trying to heat and cool their homes? The key to affordability and reliability is a diverse energy portfolio and removing regulatory barriers that hinder access to our natural resources right here in the United States. The free market is key in setting the price for energy. Mr. McNamee, you mentioned in your testimony how subsidized renewables are distorting price formation in regional transmission organizations, which is having a negative impact on important energy sectors like nuclear and coal, and in turn the reliability of the grid. Commercial nuclear energy is critical to my district as it is home to Plant Vogtle and currently under construction are Units 3 and 4, which are scheduled to come online later this year. Nuclear energy is reliable and affordable and emission-free. Are there ways we can ensure subsidized renewables are not undermining the market so that the coal and nuclear business do not become obsolete? And how does this degrade reliability?
Thank you, Congressman. The primary challenge in the so-called RTOs, which are in 7 parts of the country, is that they tried to use market forces in order to achieve the cheapest energy resource for electricity. The problem is once you have subsidized resources like renewables that have no fuel costs, that show up intermittently, they have tax credits, they undermine the way price formation works. And the price formation is for every basically 5 minutes of the day during the load curve, generators bid in to see if they can meet the load, and the last generator that's picked sets the price that everybody's paid. So that means if you're wind or solar, you're paid the same price as the natural gas producer or the nuclear producer. And what has happened is when you have these intermittent resources coming on and off, they're taking up market share, they're driving a little bit of the marginal price of energy down, but they're undermining the ability of baseload like nuclear to be able to make the money to stay operating. And this has become a big crisis in a lot of parts of the country where you see electricity prices spiking, but reliability going down. In Georgia, one of the things is it still has the traditional vertically regulated, and you mentioned that planning the resources, it's exactly what utilities do. They do integrated resource plannings. They decide what units that are needed to meet the power 24/7, 365 days a year, whether it's cold or whether it's hot. And they also, the price of energy is averaged. So customers are getting the economic benefits of all the resources.
Right, and that might explain why we have two battery plants that are scheduled to come online as well in Georgia. One just announced and one is under construction for batteries for the electric vehicles that are going to power the future, because we have the most efficient, most abundant supply of electricity in the country. Thank you for the answer to that question. Nuclear energy, as I said, is critical to our national security. So I would like to now enter into the record two letters, one from the Nuclear Energy Institute, another from the United States Nuclear Industry Council, which both express support for the committee's work to establish a secure nuclear energy fuel supply chain.
Without objection, so ordered.
And now, Ms. Sweeney, and we're going to run out of time, but we've talked about the permitting problem in the mineral supply chains. Can you submit in writing to me? What I'm hearing is workforce problems. And maybe you can comment on another question later about the workforce problems we're having throughout the energy sector. Thank you, and I yield back.
Gentleman yields back. The chair and I will go to Ms. Castor for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Fossil fuel prices and energy costs were the primary drivers of inflation last year, and higher gas prices after Putin's unprovoked invasion of Ukraine. And we had the big oil CEOs here at the committee to talk to them about price gouging. And we asked each one of them, were they interested in lowering costs, lowering prices at the pump? We're going through a crisis of a war with an ally. Inflation was hitting consumers hard, and they all said no. Now, just last week, the profits became clear. Mr. Slocum, did you see the profits reported by the big oil companies?
Yes, ma'am.
How would you characterize them?
Extremely large. And that doesn't even reflect all of their profitability because they've been plowing billions into share buybacks. Chevron, for example, committing to $75 billion.
But wait, they could have used that to lower the price at the pump, right?
Correct.
Shell Oil made more in profit than they ever have before. Exxon and Chevron, their $90 billion in profit was called epic. So this is what profiteering looks like, doesn't it?
The proof is in the numbers, yes, ma'am.
So I think they have everything they need. Why would we be bending over backwards to provide a wish list for the big oil companies when they're banking the biggest profits ever, and then they're not passing along these savings? They're doing stock buybacks. Is there anything in this wish list that's on this agenda today that lowers the cost for consumers?
I don't see anything in these various bills that are going to reduce cost to consumers or protect consumers from the kind of price gouging that's going on.
Mr. Garcia, do you see anything? You've helped shine the light on the litany of this wish list for polluters in big oil today. Is there anything in this package that would lower costs for consumers?
I can't identify a single thing.
In fact, you've helped us go through some of these bills today. It's like the 1970s have called and they want their energy policies back. This is 2023, and clean energy is cheaper energy. We, with the help of the Inflation Reduction Act and the Infrastructure Investment and Jobs Act and the CHIPS and Science Act, we're unleashing American innovation to lower costs for consumers, to create jobs, to build healthier, more resilient communities. Mr. Garcia, is there any reason that you think we should go backwards to the costly policies of the past and rather than go forward?
None. I mean, quite the opposite, right? I mean, if we do that, there's going to be a lot of damage done, both at a climate level for everything that we're going to face as a country, as a planet, but also in small frontline communities next to these facilities that unfortunately bear the burdens of these would bear the burdens of these largely unregulated practices if these loopholes go through.
I mean, that's one thing that we never really talk about when we have this wish list for polluters in big oil, the cost of the climate crisis back home in Florida, because our monopoly electric utilities have kept us, we're the so-called sunshine state, right? But we're reliant about 75% on frack gas for our electricity. So people are paying higher electric bills as we have warmer days. That's not smart. That's not consumer friendly. We're paying higher property insurance. There was another story out this morning about displacement because of extreme events. There's a huge pull on the federal budget because we're outlaying more and more to tackle droughts and floods and these extreme events. And then there's the long-lasting burden of pollution that you highlight. Again, isn't the future in clean energy? It's cheaper energy. It will help us lower cost across the board.
Absolutely. I mean, what we're seeing is the attempt by dirty fuels in dirty industries to circumvent laws in order to stay afloat longer. What we really need to do is making sure that our investments are going to, as you said it, the future, making sure that those investments are happening quickly and directly into renewable industries that are also clean industries for our communities.
Thank you very much. I yield back.
I thank the gentlelady. The chair will now go to Mr. Balderson from Ohio.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you all for being here today. My first question is for Mr. Eshelman. Thank you for being here, Mr. Eshelman. In your testimony, you note that IPAA's member companies are the innovate leaders that broke the code to usher in the shale oil and natural gas revolution in the United States. Chairman Johnson and I can certainly attest to this massive impact the shale revolution had in the Appalachia, Ohio region and the economic benefits we've seen in our communities. As you know, the shale revolution and fracking turned the U.S. into an energy superpower and greatly enhanced our national security. But we must look forward. Natural gas and oil will continue to be essential to our energy portfolio for the foreseeable future. In addition to prohibiting the president from unilaterally banning fracking, Chairman Duncan's Protecting American Energy Production Act also expresses the sense of Congress that states should maintain primacy for the regulation of fracking for oil and natural gas production on state and private lands. Mr. Eshelman, why was this aspect of energy policy key to the shale revolution?
Well, hydraulic fracturing is a technology that's been around for a long time but perfected over the past 10 years, which unleashed the shale revolution in the Utica, the Marcellus, and the Permian, all around the country, and provided jobs and oil and gas to consumers. So it's a very important technology that if we didn't use it, we'd probably lose half of our oil and gas supply tomorrow. One of the other things I'd mention is that there have been efforts in Congress to ban hydraulic fracturing or have it regulated at the federal level. That doesn't work. A one-size-fits-all regulation does not work for different parts of the country. So the states are doing it well, they're working with communities, and it should remain that way.
Thank you. Follow up with you, sir. You said it best. The IRA's methane tax will jeopardize the operations of many oil and natural gas producers and divert their attention from what they do best, producing the cleanest and safest oil and natural gas in the world. As you noted, this tax was included in the Inflation Reduction Act, despite not being considered at a hearing, not receiving expert testimony, and without an economic analysis. If this isn't repealed, producers will start paying this tax next year. How will the natural gas tax impact rural producers, rural communities, and ultimately, how will the tax impact our constituents who rely on natural gas each and every day?
Well, I think you hit on it. There was no congressional hearing on this tax. There was no testimony taken on it, no analysis done on it. So we really don't know the answer to that question. That's the problem with this tax.
Follow up for Mr. Menez and Mr. McEnany. Do you think this tax will ultimately hurt rural communities?
Yes.
We have to keep in mind that those that are benefiting from fracking, they are the small producers. The majors do not frack, okay? They are mom and pop operators here. These are the true patriots. These are the true Americans. They have produced the oil to where, for the first time in history, OPEC is forced to negotiate with the United States. That has never before happened since OPEC was in existence. And so when you are looking at those provisions, the methane regs, those fees, it's going to be the small producers. The majors, they're not going to be impacted. Again, but they don't have the small producing that the IPAA folks have on the methane. And remember, methane we talk about as a pollutant. It certainly in great concentrations can do great harm. However, it's a product. And so with the improvement in all the detection devices, what we've seen already is the industry moving to detect, take action, and it's product. And so by making the investments, it's more product to actually sell. And so talk about a circular economy, that's one, and they're taking advantage of it now. Also, EPA has a supplemental pending rule open for public comment now on methane regulations, which essentially does the same thing without the fee, but you have the full backing of all the penalties in the Clean Air Act if you violate those regulations once they become final.
Okay, thank you very much. We're down to 30 seconds. I want to ask one last question. Please be conscious of the time. Mr. McNamee and Mr. Menzies again. Chairman Johnson's Unlocking Our Domestic LNG Potential Act would streamline the approval process for American companies to export liquefied natural gas. Do you think during last week's hearing, Undersecretary Paul Dabar regarding the global environment benefits of the exporting U.S. natural gas to developing nations, many which are reliant on coal from China? If you all would respond with just written answers, I appreciate it. I yield back, Mr. Chairman.
Exporting natural gas helps both people in foreign countries and domestically.
All right. Thank the gentleman. The chair will now go to Ms. Miller-Meeks for 5 minutes.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair, and I thank all of our witnesses for having stamina to last through this hearing. Iowa is a little-known energy state. We have 50% of our energy is from renewables, over 50% of our electricity is from wind, and we are an exporter, a net exporter of energy that both reduces greenhouse gas emissions and cleaner burning engines as part of our liquid fuel portfolio. And it should be part of the liquid fuel portfolio in all of our energy needs. It offers affordable energy to allow us as a country to compete globally on an affordable level. Imagine when I went to COP26 and COP27 that I found out that energy demand is increasing. It is not decreasing. And I agree with the witness that we need increased electrification, but energy efficiency is only going to be able to give us so much, and it's a very small amount. And to increase electrification, we need electricity, which means we need more energy sources and to build new energy sources and resources, not less. In Europe, as we've seen over the past year, and I saw when I went to both COP26 and COP27, demand is going up, energy efficiency has tried, and Germany and UK has been reliant upon wind and solar as renewables and have much higher electricity prices than we have in the United States. So it's not bringing down electricity prices. In Iowa, not only are we a source of energy, we also have the Ames National Laboratory located at Iowa State University just outside of my district, and it currently leads the Critical Materials Institute. CMI is an energy innovation hub of the U.S. Department of Energy. Its focus is innovation to assure supply chains for materials critical to clean energy technologies. CMI carries out scientific and engineering research that facilitates more diverse primary supply chains in addition to mining, which we wholeheartedly agree we need in this country, more efficient manufacturing, reuse, and recycling, and development of new materials. Mr. Menzies, can you speak to the national significance of diversifying supply, developing substitutes, and driving reuse and recovery of critical minerals with respect to securing our nation's global competitiveness?
Well, we've talked about the critical minerals, throughout the day. It is important that we figure out a way for us to have our own access to our critical minerals. As we're dependent on 31 of 35, we import 14. So I think that's one of the lessons learned, and it was really emphasized after COVID. So Congress in 2020 did take action, to do R&D for critical minerals, and so they were doing. But after COVID, we realized we really cannot depend even on other countries. While we've been talking about China, other countries provide us other critical minerals. So the focus now is really to do this. And the Biden administration likewise, underscored that, but we need to do more. And so that's why today's bill is so important, that we really need to make sure that the Department of Energy has the expertise to do it. You mentioned Ames. It's great. Ames is a place where you go where you get to see the actual elements that are on the elemental chart, except for the radioactive ones, of course. But you can just see, and they're all there in these little vials, and it's just an absolute great place to go and visit.
Wholeheartedly agree. And as you know, in December of 2022, the U.S. Department of Commerce found Chinese solar panel makers had circumvented the U.S. tariffs by doing minor processing in Southeast Asia, and I think that was mentioned earlier, including Cambodia, Malaysia, Thailand, and Vietnam, before exporting to the U.S. New tariffs on U.S. imports from these countries, which account for about 80% of U.S. panel supplies, do not take effect until June of 2024 because of a 2-year waiver from President Biden. I have concerns about China taking advantage of the waivers for renewable technologies meant for other countries, especially when the alternative is American-made products. There is a similar issue with Chinese companies operating production facilities for the EV batteries, which we had talked about through the credits with the Inflation Reduction Act. Can you please speak to the risks that the waivers for critical minerals and renewable technologies in other countries pose to the U.S. national and economic security?
Right. For the first time, then, if this bill is enacted, the Energy Department will actually have a role in advising the President and other agencies as to what emergency actions can take place to ensure that we can protect those vital sources. And that's why this is needed. Otherwise, the Department of Energy and its expertise will lose out to other agencies who will have other equities to argue about and for. And so you want the Energy Department to be at that table to inform the President as to why certain actions need to be taken to protect our critical minerals and resources.
Thank you so much. I wish I could go through all of the witnesses, but I don't have time. I have some other questions which I will submit to the committee and then ask you to respond in writing. Thank you very much. I yield back.
I thank the gentlelady, and the chair will now go to the gentleman from the Republic of Texas, Mr. Pfluger, for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and appreciate the opportunity in this hearing. I'd like to thank all the witnesses. I'd hope that what has been said by my colleagues on the other side of the aisle is actually true, that we can work together. I'm worried about not having electricity. There's a narrative here that big oil is making big profits. Mr. Slocum, I don't know if you know the price of oil on April 20th, 2020. I don't know if anybody on this panel can tell me what that was. I bet there's one or two. Negative 37.63. Do we remember that? And did we have hearings about the profits they were not making at that time? Energy security is so important. It's important to our economy. It's important to our livelihoods. It's important to our military. When we look at the concept of making sure we have affordable, reliable energy, Mr. Garcia, can you tell me what the reduction in methane emissions has been over the last 10 to 15 years here in the United States?
I don't have that data in front of me, but I'm happy to provide it.
It's 14%. 14%. Mr. Slocum, any idea where that ranks in the world?
I don't know, but I don't know about that figure. It depends upon how it's being measured.
That's from DOE.
Right, because there's been discrepancies between actual emissions and recorded methane emissions.
The point that I'd like to get to here is we lead the world in reduction of emissions, harmful emissions. We have producers that are doing this because it's not only efficient, but it makes sense in a market-based place, and we do leave this earth better. And I would invite you to come to my district to see the wind and the solar and the problems that they actually have for the environment, since you have spoken so eloquently on environment, and see the ranchers and the farmers who operate this land for generations, 7 in my case, my family, who leave the land better and use the resources and put back into it. Mr. Eshelman, you mentioned what percentage, can you remind us, what percentage of energy comes from small producers, from independent producers, not from quote-unquote big oil?
That's 91% of the wells.
91%. And disproportionately, how is the methane, the natural gas tax, how does it affect those people that don't have economies of scale, that are independent producers, that 1 or 2 people in their businesses?
That's what we're trying to understand. As I mentioned before, there's never been a hearing on this, there's never been a study on this, there's never been testimony on this tax, so we really don't know. But we are concerned with giving EPA more authority, and once you give an agency authority, they kind of grow with it. So that's
You know, I figured out very quickly when the wind energy folks came to see me and they said, Mr. Pfluger, we have a problem with the EPA. We can't get a permit to build a windmill in your district. And I said, oh, well, welcome to the club. We have more wind energy, by the way, Mr. Garcia, in my district than the entire state of California. But they can't get a permit to do that. Mr. Slocum, is wind and solar, do they provide baseload capacity?
They do not, but the question is whether or not baseload capacity is always a requirement.
Yeah.
Especially you can balance off
That's fine.
intermittence with.
Thank you. I think the fact is it doesn't, and it's not required in states like California where they have intermittent electricity, which is unreliable. However, in most of the United States, we want reliable electricity. We have these balls in the air. One of them is cost, one of them is reliability, one of them is geopolitical security. And the climate is certainly always going to be right there. We do it cheaper, more efficiently, and also more environmentally friendly. Mr. Garcia, you mentioned that, I don't have the exact note, but that there's no boundary on air pollution. Does that summarize our previous comment?
For the specific provisions that these, and loopholes that these bills would bring about, yeah, there
You
would
said
be no
air
regulation.
knows no borders. I found my note. Air knows no borders. I just quoted you on.
Air, yeah, the
Is that
air.
true?
Absolutely,
Okay,
air
so
doesn't know borders.
What are the Chinese doing to curb? Do they have taxes on natural gas in China?
My understanding is that the jurisdiction of this committee is about what the United States can do.
So my understanding of what you said is that air knows no borders. And I want to make the point that if that is true, then the people in my district are being affected by Chinese air just like they are in your home, just like they are everywhere throughout the United States or throughout the rest of the world. So the competitive advantage that we are giving them, giving away the most important resource we have at our fingertips, is also causing the actual harming of our climate. And it's coming from China. And we have to take actions here to compete and to continue to do it better. I have 15 more minutes of comments. However, the chair will not let me use that time, and I yield back.
I thank the gentleman, and now we'll go to Mr. Obalnoty from California. Is your mic not on? Can you slide over one?
There we go. I swear I pushed the button. Mr. McNamee, in your testimony, you were discussing the need to enhance cybersecurity in our natural gas pipelines. And that really resonated with me because we all lived through the cybersecurity hack of the Colonial oil pipeline a year and a half ago, which is, I'm sure everyone in the room knows, disrupted the supply of gasoline to the entire southeast United States. So what can be done, what needs to be done to put those protections in place for natural gas pipelines?
Well, the industry has generally been working to try and to harden their systems, including their electronic systems, but also there's the challenge of physical attacks. So I think the primary thing that needs to be done is I like the reporting issues that want to be done for the bulk power system, but also for natural gas. And I think that, we need to encourage natural gas pipelines, oil pipelines, the electric grid to all be focused on trying to find out what's the next thing that's going to happen and harden it. Because one of the problems with regulations is you look backward at what's happened. Of course, you need to harden for that. But the bad guys are way ahead. And so they kind of constantly be working for what's the next thing. And being aware of what the next thing is going to be helpful. And that's part of what I think that bill will help do.
Sure. Well, I think that we're having to transition from seeing cybersecurity of privately held companies as a business issue to seeing it as a national security issue, whereas traditionally we just thought of national security applicable to the Department of Defense and agencies of the government. Mr. Slocum, first of all, let me thank you very much for not reading your statement. I think that hearings, we communicate with each other a lot better when we're not just reading at each other, and I just want you to know that that we noticed, that we appreciated, and I think that's something we should do some more of. So you were talking in your testimony about objecting to removing the required finding of being in the national interest before liquid natural gas can be exported. We heard some other testimony from various witnesses, including Mr. McNamee, about the way that government action can create distortions in the markets for energy. And I'm wondering why that wouldn't be the case here, because every time the government tries to put their finger on the scale to try and protect energy markets and manipulate energy prices, it seems like things can go awry. And particularly in this case, when you're creating, by the restriction of natural gas, of liquefied natural gas exports, you're creating an economic island that then can be vulnerable to things like arbitrage by people with just a profit incentive, and the consumer ends up losing anyway. So why would that not create economic distortions that we need to avoid?
Well, I think because natural gas has historically been a regulated commodity. So when it was enacted in 1938, this provision, it was recognized that natural gas was providing essential services to homes and businesses. And so as a result, if you were going to export it or import it, there had to be public interest determinations on it because of its essential utility
Sure, but
service.
should it be, is the question. I mean, I think that's the question that the bill that we're debating is asking, is should it be? Does that actually have the intended effect? Because many times, as you know, governmental action does not.
Well, I mean, right now, as I pointed out in my written testimony, the Department of Energy is not really performing a meaningful public interest determination. There has never been a rejected application to export natural gas by the Department of Energy, right? So it seems like the legislation is proposing a solution in search of a problem, right? That the Department of Energy is not, there's no backlog of applications. It takes sometimes just months between the submission of the application of the Department of Energy and its approval.
Okay, that's an interesting, different kind of line of argument than the one in your testimony. I think both are interesting. I'd love to continue this discussion. I only have a few seconds left here. Mr. Garcia was going to ask you about this. Unfortunately, it's going to have to be a statement and not an opportunity for you to respond, and I apologize for that. But we've been talking about this economic valuation between trying to value human prosperity and ranking that against protecting the environment. And I think everyone here on the dais would agree that we need to do both. But the problem is that we all represent constituents who are suffering. In California, we pay twice as much for residential electricity than neighboring states, 3 times for industrial, 4 times as much for commercial. My constituents pay twice as much for a gallon of gas to put in their car to commute to work. They don't have a choice to do that, and this is the problem. We have to make those economic judgments, and I think that there is a way to effect a win-win. But I want to thank you all for your testimony. I found it a very interesting hearing. I yield back, Mr. Chair.
Thank the gentleman. The chair will now go to Mr. Weber from Texas.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'm going to make a couple of comments first. One of the comments on the panel was earlier, before we went to vote, was that bang for energy efficiency, you get more bang for your buck than you do more power plants. And I would submit this for the record and for the panel that, power plants, I don't know, 100 years ago there was X number, but American population has doubled, tripled, increased, and so we're getting more and more people, and especially with an open border, thank you, President Biden, we're going to have a lot more people, and we're going to need a lot more power. Now, some of y'all know I'm from Texas, and we talked about Winter Storm Uri, where we went through that 2 Februaries ago, and Texas saw record cold. I'm born and raised on the Gulf Coast of Texas, 20-mile radius, 69 years. I've never seen it be 18 degrees on the Galveston Island. So we lost some power. It was a perfect storm. Some of the plants that normally shut down in the wintertime weren't necessarily ready for that kind of cold. They had water lines freeze. South Texas nuclear plant down in Matagorda County was one of them. I represented them as a Texas state rep. And so we lost. Wind energy failed us. Wind turbines, they froze up, blades got iced up. So we're number 1 in wind energy. We're number 2 in solar panels. And you find out very quickly that in an incident like that, you get a lot of cloudy skies, you don't have as much sun, solar panels ice up, they got snow on them, and here's the bad news about solar panels, the sun goes down at night. and so they're not constantly producing electricity. We actually met with ERCOT and PUC, the ERCOT Electric Reliability Council of Texas, and the PUC there in Texas, and they talked about their plan. There's a website called powertochoose.org where you can choose your provider. A lot of the providers, some of the providers advertise 100% green energy. And what that was saying is only solar and wind power. They were able to provide, because of the subsidies and whatnot, cheaper rates from those who used natural gas and some coal and even nuclear. And so the PUC told us, 4 of us members of Congress met in Austin with them, that they were going to put a rule into place that if you are a power provider on that website, a retail electric provider, we call them REPs, REPs, they had to include a part of a base load that included some reliable, dependable, affordable, and as your discussion with Mr. Pfluger was, that is natural gas. We have a lot of wind energy in Texas. I didn't know most of it was in his district, but I'm mighty proud for that. A lot of gas pipelines, oil pipelines in his district too. So I want to go back to Obernolte's discussion about the Colonial Pipeline system. The Keystone Pipeline comes into my district in Texas. It's the safest way to move product, period. Not truck, not rail, or not barge. It's the safest way. The President shut it down, Colonial Pipeline system, about 2 or 3 months after Winter Storm Uri was hacked into and was shut down 4 or 5 days. The Colonial Pipeline system feeds the southeastern part of the United States. It carries 3.1 million barrels of product today, gasoline, diesel, and jet fuel. The Keystone Pipeline carries 830,000 barrels of product a day. It is literally more than one-fourth the output of the Colonial Pipeline system that feeds the entire southeastern part of the United States with a leg that goes north. So it is extremely important that we have a solid base load system that's going to be fossil fuels. Renewables are great. We like renewables. Make no mistake about that. I'm tired of our friends across the aisle saying somehow we're in the oil company's back pockets. That's just a mischaracterization, but what else do you expect? Did I say that out loud? At any rate, renewables can be the supporting actor in this movie. It cannot be the leading actor in this movie. And what we're trying to do today is to make sure that we're building that up. Mr. Menendez, in your written testimony, you outlined H.R. 150, Protecting American Energy Production Act, which I'm original co-sponsor of, which would prohibit the president from declaring a moratorium on fracking, which was started in my district. You got 29 seconds. Tell us how good it is. Fracking.
Well, we've been talking about the virtues of hydraulic fracturing. I mean, certainly for domestic supply, for export to help our friends and allies all over the world get off of Russia. Natural gas, they have come to us asking, you will look at what is going on in the private sector. This is without government interaction. In fact, it's beyond the reach of the federal government. Contracts are being entered into by European off-takers and Asian off-takers, our friends and allies, for good old U.S. LNG. If the president thinks that he can declare an emergency and somehow put a moratorium on fracking, he is going to upset the entire geopolitical energy markets.
I'll say thank you for that, Mr. Chairman. I yield back.
Thank you. The gentleman yields back. The chair now recognizes the gentleman from Alabama, Mr. Palmer, for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I want to talk a little bit about where some of your funding comes from, how it's used, and particularly about the $27 billion slush fund that was put into the Inflation Reduction Act. You stuck in $27 billion that basically is going to go to Wall Street firms, set up a climate bank, but it doesn't help the American people with their utility bills. There's about 20 million households that are behind on their utility bills. That's about 1 in 6 households. It's forcing people in some places to literally choose between keeping their homes adequately warmed and still be able to afford their groceries and their medicine. I think if Europe is any indication, we're going to find out that there's several thousand people that will be classified as excess winter deaths. We've seen this in the United Kingdom. We've seen it in Europe. It's basically become a conduit for seed money for this new climate bank, and because there was no clarity in it, you've got climate groups fighting over the money. And I'm just, Secretary Menzies, will this $27 billion slush fund lower the cost of heating for these American families?
No, the provision is clear. It's to go to develop zero-emission technologies for states and
Will this slush
municipalities.
fund provide natural gas for a town like Pembroke Township in Illinois that 85% African-American, they don't have any means to grow their economy, they're heating their homes with propane and wood? Will it help them?
Zero-emission technologies, nonprofits, municipalities, and states.
Will it do anything for the people in the northeastern part of the United States that are not using natural gas, they're using heating oil, and the cost has almost doubled in the last couple of years? It's $5 and something a gallon. Will it help them?
Not that I'm aware of.
Yeah, and it has nothing to do with natural gas in that area. It's all about heating oil. Will it help people who bought into this stuff, like Darnay, India, where in 2014 Greenpeace went in and convinced them that they could supply power for the village through 100% renewables, and 6 years later, it's basically an animal shed because they couldn't afford it. They couldn't. It wouldn't power appliances like a refrigerator that most of us take for granted. They couldn't maintain the batteries, so now they're getting their power from fossil fuel. It wouldn't help in a situation like that, would it?
I was not aware of that, but I would hope that's not the consequence of this fund.
Yeah, it's a really good paper on this from the Institute for Energy Research. My concern is looking at China's influence and funding various groups that are pushing renewables that in many respects, and I mean this seriously, it undermines our national security, this mad dash to renewables. I keep hearing some of my colleagues across the aisle talk about we don't need to be dependent on foreign sources for oil and natural gas. Well, I've got news for them. We don't have to be. The only reason that we might be is because we refuse to access what we have. I hear them basically ignore the fact that natural gas is largely responsible for the tremendous reduction in greenhouse emissions that we've already enjoyed. They ignore the technological advances. Yet they want us to be dependent on China for wind turbines and for solar panels. Does that make sense?
Not to me.
It doesn't to me either. It does concern me, though, because it becomes a national security issue at that point. China's already, in some critical minerals, holding back on shipping those, and some of those are critical for our national defense, not just our national energy grid. But having worked for two international engineering companies, having a little bit of an understanding about this, and there's another report from the Electric Power Research Institute, we're not going to be at net zero by 2050. The engineering doesn't support it, the technology doesn't support it. We could be a lot more on the renewable side, but if we were really smart about it, we'd go to next-gen nuclear and power the world. We'd be working in sub-Saharan Africa, and South America, Latin America, and the Caribbean, building out natural gas facilities so that those people could enjoy the same economic benefits that we do, rather than sitting back and watching China. They've already built 14 coal-powered plants outside of China, and they build, maybe one every 2 weeks now in China. So I just, Mr. Chairman, I appreciate the opportunity to raise these issues about this slush fund that I think was put in that Inflation Reduction Act, and I yield back.
Gentleman yields back. Chair now recognizes the gentleman from Idaho, Mr. Fulcher, for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. And coming up on the tail end of this, a lot of the subject has been covered already, so I'm going to go, I think I'll address this to Mr. Menendez. Has to do with hydro. In our state, hydropower, 51% of our total in-state electricity usage. And it's great, at least for us. It's base load, it's cheap, it's renewable. Comments on hydro as a source, and if you agree that it's effective and efficient, how do we ensure that that's an ongoing predominant baseload source?
Excellent question. Well, we should be allowed to continue to use the dams that are in operation to provide the hydropower. First of all, there's a big movement, of course, of dam removal, right? So a lot of communities are facing that, and so that's a real threat to the hydropower that we have today. The other thing is it's going to be impossible to build any sizable a new dam. So you're looking at incremental gain, incremental hydro. And so that's to make improvements in the existing hydro, perhaps some expansion, and on existing dams, perhaps you can put some electricity generating turbines there. But that's really the future on hydro that way. We do have other potential great technologies. I mean, we have tidal, we have run-of-river, we have a variety of other technologies in the using of hydropower. So I think the future is still bright on that, but it's going to be very difficult to maintain the base load that we have now. The other thing, of course, is pump storage hydro. Okay. That's another good use of hydro.
I've heard it said that the greatest battery in the world is water behind a dam.
Yeah.
Storage, yeah. I'm going to shift Mr. McNamee, if I may, please. Another asset we have in my state of Idaho is the Idaho National Lab. And a lot of research is being done. A lot of work with small modular reactors is being done there. Talk about that a little bit. Hear various experts talk about the benefit of, the greatest benefit being able to decentralize the grid, for example. Of course, the no carbon emission is another factor. Others say it's great for redundant backup. In your view, what's the most appropriate use, the most appropriate role for small modular reactors as those come online?
Well, the ones that you've mentioned are absolutely important, and another one is reliability. SMRs is really, I think, going to transform the way we do the electric grid. And what's interesting is because, they're between 5 to 300 megawatts, you can build them in a manufacturing facility, you can put them on a rail or on a truck and put them to where they need to be. The price is going to come down for nuclear. They can run 24/7. They're designed to be much safer than not that current nuclear isn't, but they're going to be safer the way they operate. But what's really going to be amazing is where we were talking earlier about having to build long transmission lines to get wind, let's say from the Midwest to the coast or whatever. You can put SMRs on old coal plants and use the transmission. You're going to save billions of dollars in transmission. So SMR technology, we're about to be able to embrace it, and it's going to be a big change.
Great, thank you. Very helpful for me. Ms. Sweeney, you're not off the hook. I got a question for you. In your written testimony, you talk about, I think it's 80%, nearly 90% of global rare earth elements from China.
Yes.
Is that mainly because that's where those earths are, or is that for other reasons?
No, the U.S. was the leading rare earths producer throughout, I think, the early 70s. It's really because China focused on rare earth development, and they started printing money and cornering the market, and then they were able to bring over anybody who wanted to be an end user of those products. They brought all the processing into China, and they were able to pretty much control that market, and still do.
And here we are. All right, thank you. That's what I suspected. But one last question for you, and I only have 40 seconds left. But and you did touch on this, but I'd like you to touch on it again, please. Once again, in your written testimony, you talked about the permitting process for mining projects. With the current administration that we've got, what are some of the things that administration could do to make that permitting process better without going through the statutory process?
There are a lot of common sense solutions out there. I mean, really, it's looking at how to use NEPA the way it was intended to be used. So essentially, agencies are supposed to try to avoid duplication. They're supposed to tier off of each other's environmental assessments, use the same information. There are a lot of common sense solutions that don't need any changes statutorily.
Thank you very much. Mr. Chairman, I yield back.
Gentleman yields back. The chair is now recognizes the gentlelady from Michigan, Ms. Dingle, for, I'm sorry, Ms. Dingle. Sorry about that. Got it out of order. I now recognize the gentleman from Texas, Mr. Crenshaw, for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you all for being here. I want to quote the great Thomas Sowell that the first lesson of economics is scarcity. There's never enough of anything for all the people who want it. And the first lesson of politics is to ignore the first lesson of economics. And that seems to be the rule that I think radical environmentalism plays when it comes to understanding basic supply and demand and how that affects prices. Now, we can engage in wishful thinking, and we can wish for a reality that is different than the one we live in, where supply and demand aren't real forces and that we can just make them up and demand the prices that we feel like having and expect the supply to then be there when we need it. Of course, that's not reality. We can go write fiction novels about it, I suppose, if we'd like. That might be fun. So I want to talk about supply and demand on something very specific, and that's our refineries, because this EPA rule has gotten a lot of attention, and our bill in response to that EPA rule has gotten a lot of attention today. It's worth noting first that 8 refineries have shut down in the last 5 years. It's one of the great reasons for the bottlenecks in refinery production, and of course the reason for prices going up and staying up. When demand post-COVID shot up and recovered, the supply could not recover accordingly. Just the basics here. Now the EPA wants to make that supply harder. The EPA wants to target hydrofluoric acid using refineries. That would affect 41 of our 130 refineries. It's 50% of all the product refined. Mr. Garcia, you talked about this today, but what's really the intent behind this? And you've said it, so I'm going to paraphrase you, which the intent is to get them to change to a sulfuric acid type refinery. Is that correct?
No, the intent is for them to actually take the time to explore alternatives that are going to make it safer.
Well, there's only one alternative, so you want them to change, though, right? I mean, you want them to use the different ingredient for the refineries, is that correct?
We've talked about innovation, and so the analysis actually leads to innovation. And so the idea is that while there might be one today, there could be more in the future, but you have to do the analysis in order to discover what that innovation is going to look like.
Would a risk analysis discover innovation? I've never heard of an innovation, a new technology discovered by a risk analysis.
If you're taking into account, if you're exploring what alternatives are out there, then yeah, it will.
How?
Again,
Like
you're
what?
exploring,
Is there
you're
any-
looking at
is
new
there any
science.
idea?
You're looking at new science. I mean, you're looking at new science, new developments in technology that come about. And so as those new developments in technology come about,
so
we
we
work
can write a
into a way
fiction
into
novel
which
about
you
it.
can
Maybe-
actually implement them
I
into
understand.
the refinery,
There is
and that's
no
how
answer.
you get progress.
There's no answer. Again, we could write a fiction novel about it. That'd be fun. But this is reality. So in reality, there's one other alternative, which is the sulfuric acid use type of refinery. Now, if we shut down the 41 refineries to transition to that, which I suppose is deemed safer for some reason, that would take 50% of our refining capacity offline. Mr. Menendez, what would that do to our economy and our gas prices?
50% of our refined products offline? Well, we have a demand of about 20 million, 17 million barrels per day, for refined products. If we lost half of that, I can only imagine what it would do on all the economies that depend on trucks and, transportation, your constituents that need to drive. I'm not even sure our national energy modeling system at DOE can model a 50% reduction.
And we've gotten some numbers on this. It would take 2 to 3 years for each facility to change. It would take a minimum of $200 million or potentially $800 million, depending on the size. So we're talking billions and tens of billions of dollars in costs. For what benefit? I don't even know. And a guaranteed increase in prices. I mean, we're fighting for the disenfranchised here, for people who can't afford to fill up their tanks, and yet all but guaranteeing that they can't do so for almost no benefit. And that is the theme, that's the general theme of radical environmentalism. Great cost for almost no benefit. That's a problem. And so our bill that's been chastised quite a bit in this hearing is simply in response to that and says, look, if the plant already exists, if the refining plant already exists or is in construction, it is exempt from this new rule. If it is being planned, then by all means take into account this particular rule and risk assessment. That's common sense environmentalism. And I urge this committee, because we all want clean energy. Anybody who follows me knows that I'm constantly battling for it. But we have to do so in a way that doesn't hurt people more than we want to help them. And I yield back.
Gentleman yields back, and now the chair is honored to once again recognize the gentlelady from Michigan, Ms. Dingell, for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and thank you to all the witnesses who have to be ready to end this. And I do have to say I am worried about the number of pieces of this legislation, because I care deeply about making sure that we are taking care of everybody and that they can afford the energy of the future. And yet it's many of our children that are suffering from asthma and many other things. And that what we're talking about here is going to give handouts to oil and gas and undermine our nation's environmental laws and actually rescind programs that are doing something about greenhouse gas. But I want to get to two very specific issues today. I want to start with the draft legislation to repeal the Greenhouse Gas Reduction Fund and close by focusing on our critical mineral supply. The Greenhouse Gas Reduction Fund, which was established in the Inflation Reduction Act and based on original legislation I authored, so yep, I care about it, will invest $27 billion to develop clean energy projects aimed at reducing greenhouse gas emissions. Over 40% of the funding will also target disadvantaged communities, communities that for far too long have carried the brunt of environmental pollution. For years, I've been a champion of a clean energy accelerator similar to this fund because of its potential to accelerate the clean energy transition. Therefore, I'm disappointed to see my colleagues on the other side propose repealing this historic program, which the EPA has yet to even fully implement, and the benefits which have yet to be fulfilled. I'm going to start with Mr. Garcia. My first question is simple. How will repealing the Greenhouse Gas Reduction Fund affect our ability to meet our climate goals?
Well, in a lot of the calculations that we're talking about in terms of economic investment across the country for energy production, no one's accounting the actual harm that's coming our way because we keep investing in dirty fuels. And so that's one thing that I've noticed about the proponents of these bills, and it's a larger narrative, is that they want to sweep all of these consequences under the table. You know, if you have hydrofluoric acid in a refinery, yeah, it can blow up. I think that might hurt the economy, right? So the same thing happens when we're talking about investment. It's making sure that we're making investments for the right long-term outcomes. And so that's what the Greenhouse Gas Reduction Fund really does. Now, it's not a slush fund. People keep calling it a slush fund. It's really not. 55% of the overall program funding will be dedicated to projects in low-income and disadvantaged communities. $8 billion of the $20 billion is earmarked for low-income and disadvantaged communities, plus a separate $7 billion program. And so that's something that we have to keep in mind. Since the last industrial revolution, communities of color and low income have bore the burden that all of these industries put on their shoulders. And so this is the least that we could do at this point, and it's something that we need to see fulfilled, and it's something that won't cure the sins of the past, but will certainly help get us to better consequences in the long term.
Thank you. I had a couple more questions, but I'm down to almost in a minute. So this fund is specifically designed to provide funding for projects where investment is lacking, effectively filling in a funding gap rather than duplicating federal programs. Mr. Chairman, I'm going to ask if I can submit some further questions on this because I think it's really going to hurt frontline communities. And I'd also like to request unanimous consent to submit a letter for the record from the environmental community expressing strong opposition to the legislation repealing the gas.
Without objection.
Thank you. My remaining time is on critical minerals. Strengthening supply chains for electric vehicles and batteries is a top priority for me. We cannot and will not be dependent on China. And I want to keep my home state of Michigan as a leader in this sector. The bipartisan infrastructure law made historic investments in battery manufacturing and recycling facilities, battery reprocessing, and critical minerals mining and recycling research. These investments are a critical down payment, but we all know that more work needs to be done to meet the demand for these critical minerals. Mr. Garcia, what policies should this committee be exploring to develop and strengthen our critical mineral supply chains in an equitable, sustainable way? And you may need to provide more on that for the record.
Absolutely. I'll say quickly that it has to look to strengthen and enforce the laws that are in the books right now in order to make sure that that extraction and that recycling happens in a way that protects communities first, but still yields the adequate production that is needed in order to get new kinds of transportation methods, clean types of transportation methods on the roads.
Thank you. Mr. Chairman, I'll yield back. And I do want to work with you in a bipartisan way, but I have some real concerns. Thank you.
The gentlelady yields back. And now, seeing there are no further members wishing to ask questions, I would like to thank all of our witnesses once again for being here with us today. I ask unanimous consent to insert in the record the documents included on the staff hearing documents list. Without objection, that will be the order. In pursuant to committee rules, I remind members that they have 10 business days to submit additional questions for the record, and I ask that witnesses submit their response within 10 business days upon receipt of those questions. Without objection, the subcommittee stands adjourned.